Hey guys, welcome to a new live stream for this happy Sunday, everybody. We're going to go ahead and start a brand new image this week. We're going to be doing the Fall of Mordor. This is kind of a little render that I put together using, of course, Midjourney. And we're going to be recreating it in 3D in Blender today from scratch. And I already collected some... Oh, I should read that. I got a little chat down here on my phone. I already got the image pulled up here, and I downloaded some assets already, so that way there are some things that I can't really recreate live. For instance, the guy, I'm not going to be creating him from scratch. We're going to be using a pre-existing asset that I got off the asset store. And then let's see what else. Oh, the sword, which I suppose we could potentially make our own sword. We don't have to use a sword that's already created. But yeah. Hey, I got a new mic this week, so let me know if things are a little too loud, a little too quiet, if like the music is overpowering or anything like that. Go ahead and give me like a thumbs down or something like that if you can't hear me or something. But without a further ado, let's go ahead and jump on over to our render that we will be working on. This right here is the photo. As I said, I created this in Midjourney and of course Photoshop as well. My process of creating these like concept art photos is by generating a few different Midjourney photos and then kind of using Photoshop to comp them together to get exactly what I'd like to create. Somebody suggested, I think like 2 weeks ago or something, in one of the streams to do a Lord of the Rings themed one. So here we are. We're going to be doing Lord of the Rings today. It's a bit quiet. Okay, gotcha. I could probably boost things up a little bit. It's hard to tell sometimes. Hey yo, welcome B. Let me see if I could boost up my audio. I've got a couple filters that I can use. So my audio for my voice is pretty quiet. Okay, then let's see what I can do there. Is this better? I don't want to blow things out too much, and I know that I can boost the kind of like the gain on the audio a little bit, and then maybe that'll help things out. My voice is quiet. Fantastic. I'll just give you guys a couple seconds to kind of figure out if this is loud enough or if where we're at with that. I just boosted about 11 dB right there, so hopefully that helps fix the thing. I could also move the mic a little bit closer to my mouth, but go ahead and let me know if that's good. Awesome. Okay, great. I'm sure I'm gonna get some feedback from somebody else later telling me that it's still too quiet or something, you know. But that's the name of the game here. Eventually, I'm gonna get myself some headphones. That way, I can wear it and hear like what the mix is. No, this mic doesn't have a microphone or a headphone jack on the back of it, but okay. So yeah, as I was saying, the my process usually is opening up Midjourney and then comping together several different photos that I want to do. So this one, there's going to be some challenging things. For instance, we do have some dragons flying off in the distance. I don't know that we're going to be creating those, but that would be very Lord of the Rings to have the kind of dragons in there. And then, you know, we got some lava exploding and almost feels like rain coming from the sky. So we're going to be going ahead and doing all that stuff. I think this is something I wasn't really able to do, but I love this lava here, this like fire. And I kind of wanted this whole valley to be kind of like this river that went all the way to here, as if the lava stretching across the entire valley. So that's, I think, what we're going to do in 3D. And without a further ado, let's jump right over into our Blender and get started, guys. I'm going to go ahead and just add in a plane just for us to kind of set our camera up, and that way we have like a focal area. I think it's important for us to get the area in which he's standing on to be kind of correct there. So I'm just going to set it down, and that way we can set our perspective a little bit better. Thanks, Veeth. I think it's a lot easier if you know exactly where somebody's standing, and then you kind of just set up that area, and then everything else kind of just falls into place after that. But yeah, just setting up that plane there, and then we're essentially going to be just building out all the rocks and everything after the fact, and then just that way we kind of have everything lined up. We're gonna be looking, I don't really want to look down on him, so let's kind of just line this up a little bit better here. Dang, this music's intense, guys. But yeah, so overall, I think this should be a decently, not too crazy of a render. There's not that much going on here, but it's just little pieces that we need to kind of throw together. And then we're gonna have to sculpt some stuff. For instance, I'm using like a mountain here for like the standing spot, but obviously the scale is a little different. So this is, by the way, an add-on. You can enable it inside of your preferences. It's just called add-ons. Here we go. And I just got flipped because I was like, you know what, we're gonna try some lava explosions here. But if you search for a.n, it's a default plugin that you could just enable called Ant Landscape, and that will give you kind of like these default mountains that you can just throw into your scene, and that way get, you know, all the pedestals that you need and so on and so forth. I think also what's going to be important here is the lava. I think if we set that up right now, then that's going to allow us to have success later on. With knowing where this thing is going to be flowing. Oh, turn off 3D cursor. Go ahead and scale that up. But how was your guys' week? Mine was actually pretty crazy busy. We just worked on a new job this week, which was exciting. Been a bit since I was able to work on a new shot for a film, and it was really fun. We did some kind of CG double kind of work on this shot. They had a stand-in double that we needed to have a CG face kind of like replica of the actress, and so that was kind of what I spent most of my week working on, and we'll be going back to working on that next week. So but how was your guys' week? You guys have any fun projects you're working on? I saw a couple people posting in the Discord some different projects that they've been working on, and that's always exciting to see. I'm going to just keep making this river get a little bit wider as it's going. And we'll use like a subdivide surface here in a bit to kind of smooth everything out. But just because it's getting away, have this kind of snake. I also gonna set the camera here to have the end view clipping distance to something like 1,000. This is a big valley, so gotta go for quite some time. I almost feel like, ooh, I gotta set my view distance here also to be a little bit further away. Makes everything a little bit easier. Just a lot of tutorials and programs that I'm trying to get better with. Yes, totally. I think recently I've been trying to, I know I'm like a hardcore Blender user. I've been using it since I was like 10 years old. But I've been wanting to get better at like Maya, because we have a subscription for Maya in my office. And I figured, you know, why the hell not? You know, just get a little bit better at something like that. Although I will admit that like using different 3D softwares is sometimes very frustrating. I've used several of these softwares already, like in productions. It's just, you know, you use it a few times so you kind of know like the tips and tricks that you would use, but then like, you know, to use it as like a competent software, like I feel like it's a little more difficult for me. What softwares are you trying to get into right now? I'm gonna kind of just give this a little bit of depth, and obviously as it's going through the valley, it's gonna go up a little bit. Towards the mountain of Mordor. I think my camera perspective is probably still a little bit off, but we can fix that. Change this to rotate on the 3D cursor. Maybe not like that tie. I just don't want this scene to be too big. I know we can keep making it longer and further and all that stuff, but it will get crazy if we do that. So I'm going to try to keep this as simple as possible. And medium point's fine. And then another software that I've been wanting to really dive into is Unreal Engine. Just because everybody keeps talking about it, I use it as like, I've used it as more of a game engine and not really as a cinematic engine. And that's the thing that's like a little more difficult for me to kind of get used to, is the cinematic portion of it. Because I think the whole software is designed really just as a game engine. And so, yeah, sure, you can do renders and stuff like that in it, but I find that it's not as good at those things as it doesn't have the features that I necessarily would like. Mainly Houdini, and I'm trying to get away with Cycles / have an alternative. Embergen is also on my list. Yeah. I personally really like Cycles as a render engine right now. I think it's come a long way. And I have Arnold as well. I really just wish that the Arnold for Blender add-on that they have, if it would get a little bit more love. I don't think it's created by Autodesk, so that's kind of like the first problem. But I do wish that there was a little bit more love with other render engines with Blender. It would make life just so much easier if I could use whatever render engine I wanted. How long have you been using Blender? I've been using it since version, I think 1.2. I got it back in the day. My sister got it for me for Christmas once. It was just this 3D software, and it came in a demo pack with like some tutorials and stuff in it that she bought. It was like a CD, and I think it was called 3D Magics was the name of the software. And I didn't know if that was the name of the 3D software Blender, or if that was the name of kind of the tutorial series. But either way, that was what I started using, and the first ever thing I created was a foot, which was just a cube that was kind of elongated with like an extrusion upwards, and I was amazed that you could do something like that. I didn't know that that was possible to create 3D things like that, and I've been kind of hooked on it ever since. I grew up watching Star Wars, so and making short films with friends, so we would use it to, and one of our favorite things was the pod racing scenes in Phantom Menace, obviously, and you know, as kids. And so we wanted to kind of recreate some of that stuff ourselves. So I actually started learning 3D because of that. And I didn't know how to animate, so I did game design, because it was actually easier than animation, was to basically design the pod race vehicles to fly and move using WASD on your keyboard. And I would screen record it using like Fraps, because there wasn't really good screen recording software back in the day. And that was the first animated shots I ever did, were things like that. And I remember like even the first kind of CG like shot, one of the first shots was a helicopter that I did, and that was where I came up with the idea to have like it done inside of a game engine, because Blender used to have a game engine built into it. They had it up till very recently, actually, and I had that game engine, and what I would do is I would use the Blender internal renderer to create all of the materials, which looked terrible. It was like base colors, you know, and then I would screen record, and the camera didn't have any movement. It was kind of connected to like, I would fly the helicopter with like WASD, and then I would use the arrow keys to move the camera. And so you basically would be flying the camera through the scene and trying to aim it at what you need it to. So it was like it was straight up just a video game, and I was capturing in-game video games for the visual effects that I did. I wish you know what, one of these days I'm going to take all those videos that I had, and then I'll post like a video talking about it and the process we did. But it was a lot of fun. I mean, that was back in the day. There was not too many tutorials online for how to do things, so it was really just like try to figure it out yourself and hope for the best. I mean, YouTube wasn't big on tutorials for Blender, so I even had to buy that. Well, I didn't buy it, but my sister bought the basically plug in or the asset disc, the CD disc that had tutorials on it. And I had a few advanced tutorials on how to create humans and people and stuff like that. But it was certainly a different day and age for Blender. Okay. I'm going to have the guy standing here. This is where he's going to be standing. So if I sculpt that down, I think we'll be good. Hey, welcome, Vin. Welcome into the chat. How you doing? How was your week? We were just chatting about how, you know, using Blender, how long we've been using it. How long have you guys been using Blender? Have you guys just recently jumped on the Blender train, or has it been something that you've been doing for a while? I know a few of you guys, I've seen some of your work online. You guys have great work, and so you guys must have been using it for quite a while, or at least you guys are just really good at figuring things out quickly. For me, it takes a little bit longer, okay? Also, I feel like there was this period of time that really increased the speed for me in learning Blender. And that was when I started working professionally, because it was like the expectations were just so much higher to get things perfect. And it was because of the projects you're working on, you know, things like that. I wasn't doing CG work as when I first started working as a VFX artist professionally. I was just working as a compositor, but, you know, I always wanted to do CG, and, you know, I kept getting told to use like Maya and stuff like that, but I've been using Blender, you know, as I said, for years. And honestly, I think I started doing it when I was 10 years old, and, I didn't really want to change softwares, especially since I didn't want to pay for, I did not want to pay for, you know, any software to use, especially since I wasn't using it professionally. So, and I did not go to school for 3D either. So it was more of me needing to kind of like prove myself in a weird way. Swap that over. You've been using it for 3 to 4 years, maybe 4 to 5 years. Oh, very cool. Awesome. Yeah, I think it's a great tool, and it's certainly getting better. Honestly, since Blender 2.8, it is really stepped its game up, but I think it's been a good software for a while. It's had the bones to be a good software for a while, and it's more like it's finally getting the features that it needs and the funding that it needs in order for it to really be where it needs to be at. I don't think we really need anything here. The trick is not to look too repetitive with this, and this is going down into a valley, so we're probably going to want to start sculpting that manually here. We do have kind of this, you know, lava way right here, but I'm going to try to set the area where the castle's at. That way we know what we're building towards. And then we can make the plateau area for this as well. Just kind of duplicate this, honestly. We don't really need to go too crazy on it. We'll be using the sculpt mode here shortly to make sure that this is all correct. Kind of just filling all that in. But Blender has certainly changed the landscape for just people that want to get into visual effects, and I really admire that about what they're trying to do with the software, and it makes it a lot easier for, you know, kids, teenagers to experiment and create their own things. When I was in college, I had this family that I knew, you know, all the kids, and they were like, "Oh, we'll teach them how to make films and stuff like that," and so I would go over to, you know, these teenagers' place and then help them make videos. And it always just kind of pissed me off how easy it was with like the different tools nowadays to do visual effects. Because, you know, I hate to say it like when I was a kid, but when I was a kid, I wanted to make a video with lightsabers in it. Yeah, tough luck, buddy. You're going to have to screen grab every single frame of your footage, go into MS Paint, and paint in all your lightsabers that way. That was the way we did it. So, at least the way I did it. Maybe that wasn't the way I was supposed to be doing it, but that's the way I did it. But I think it taught me a lot of things on, you know, what's the right frame rate for films, like frame rate and motion blur, and kind of like manually adding all those things in yourself. It gives you the understanding and techniques on how that kind of works. Using it since 2019, I guess. It was after tried creating 3D graphics with C++, and that was torture. Oh yeah, dude. Because as I mentioned, I did a lot of game design before I ever did anything for film. Actually, that was like my first passion, was game design. And oh, this is nice cutoff actually, because we're not going to see going this way. Yeah, I like that. So I did all my game design in C++. I learned C first, was the first coding language that I learned. And I hated C. I learned Java. Java was the first game I made, was multiplayer within Java, and which was really helpful because, dude, I played, like, I talked about this on the last stream. I played so much Minecraft from 2012 to like 2015 was like every day. And understanding Java was really helpful for like designing, you know, little mods and stuff like that for the game. Back then, Minecraft was just so different. There was like nothing in the game, so like trying to create your own stuff was key. And in that though, I learned how to code using Java, and I think it's like once you learn how to code in Java, you can kind of code in anything. And Python became kind of like my favorite language because it's way easier than Java. Java sucks. And C++ wasn't much better, but at least it was object oriented versus Java, and that was nice. I'm gonna work on this little house here. You know, this little house on the prairie. Let's go ahead and just add in a cube for that. But I only used Pygame to create 3D objects. I had never even used C++, so I'm not actually even familiar with what you would have to do in order to accomplish that. It does sound like torture, honestly. I never liked the C languages. C# would have been my favorite out of the C languages, but I can't imagine trying to do 3D inside of C at all. Like, that's just terrible. It's like you gotta hate yourself for that. I'm gonna just go ahead and block out this mansion that we have here. I have an idea for a quick way of sculpting the layers onto the building, because if you'll notice on the photo, there's quite a bit of detail in there. So I kind of wanted to try something out inside of like the shader editor to see if we can just make our life easier that way. I'm just gonna, oh, that's not good. Kind of design the flat version of this, and then we can rotate it to be the direction, because it is the Fall of Mordor, so it's like the building is falling over here. It was by using OpenGL. Okay, yeah, because I'm not very familiar with it. Most of my experience was using Pygame, and that had its own like weird 3D engine inside of it that we could design games with, and that was fun-ish, right? It's like, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. And that's my advice for Python users. Just because you can make a 3D game in it doesn't mean you should. It's the worst it's the worst kind of like game engine I've ever worked with. And now it's like Unreal is just so much better. C# is my favorite, and its speed's not the issue. Is Python is Go. Yeah. And that's true, like especially with processing. If like you're working on a game that you have to have a lot of intensive computations inside of it, yeah, Python sucks. Don't touch Python. I just like Python because it's so much easier than like any other game engine, or well, coding language I should say, because you don't have to worry about stupid stuff. It's kind of taken care of with you. And not to mention, it's insanely good for working with different modules and different APIs, which is what a lot of my coding now is. Like as a VFX artist, like I code all the time using Python, because Nuke is in Python, and anytime I want to code like a little node thingy, I have to do it in Python because that's just the way Nuke works. But I prefer it, so it's not terrible for me. Tell that computer science teachers when they are like, we're going to make this project in Python without using any libraries. Why make it easy? Yeah, why, you know, do what we would normally do in the real world, right? Because in the real world, we never use any libraries whatsoever, do we? It's my favorite thing about schooling is that, like, literally it's the antithesis of what the real world is like. Oh man, making this valley is going to be hell. Let's make my life a little bit easier here. Yeah, I think like one of the other things that like really always annoyed me about CS was whenever you were trying to let's do the duplication here. There we go. Whenever you were trying to work on a project, they would just make it so apparently clear that they didn't want you to work with any other students on the project. So like not even like you couldn't even get ideas from them. You couldn't talk about class notes. You couldn't do anything because that was just considered plagiarism if you did. And it's like, oh, so in the real world, you're never, ever, ever going to talk to anybody else about your project. Gotcha. And then you get to the real world and you're like, oh, so you only ever talk about your project with other people. There is no option for me to just be solo. But I think that's like, it encourages computer science people to kind of be introverts. And that is kind of interesting because, you know, in the real world, you can't really be an introvert. You have to work on a project with a team. In high school, I learned Java, but we had a German library for drawing pixels. Oh, yeah, dude. Okay, so the first game I ever worked on, personal project, obviously. I've never worked in the game industry as a game designer, but one of the first ever personal projects I did was in a software called Dark Basic, which was essentially just like a ripoff of Basic. It did the same thing, but it was more designed for like as a game engine. And we had to draw every frame, which I mean is the same thing as Java, but it's like you had to draw every single frame of it. And at the time I was like in high school, Guitar Hero was huge. Okay. And so I was like, I'm going to make my own Guitar Hero. And I was trying to get the stupid little, circles to go down, circles to go down. And then when you go into the circle at the bottom of the frame, you had to press the key at the right time. So it's like I had to code my own frames per second, like how fast the engine was going. It was awful. I was like, this can't be how every game is created. And sure enough, it's not. But yes. That was my first experience with game designing, was in Dark Basic and trying to create my own frame rate as the circles were coming down. Not to mention it kind of sucked because like I had to do that, plus I had to listen to a song and figure out every single time there's like a guitar beat or anything like that, and then try to have the circles come down at those exact moments. Oh man, dude, my ADHD did not work well with that concept. Luckily I didn't, well, not luckily, I didn't finish it. I just, you know, that was like one of those projects that like I learned how to do and then that was that. But alas, I think all of those things kind of help you understand where you want to go and what you want to do. And that was just one of those things. Growing up, I did a lot of, there's this game engine, because like, I don't know, my brain worked where I was like, I needed to do something a little more fast paced and get like games out there as if they were like kind of like demo games. So the game engine that did that wasn't even necessarily a coding engine. It was called Scratch from MIT. It would allow you to create your own game as like a Flash game online. And you guys ever used Flash to create those crappy animations? Okay, that's exactly what I was just talking about. So it would create it using a Flash player, but it was like its own internal coding language. So you didn't even need to know how to code. You basically just needed to use logic bricks to create the game that you wanted to create. And that was like my first experience with like coding. Was kind of, once I hesitate to even use the word coding, but you know, game design was doing that. But I never actually used Flash to make anything. I used it like way later in college. I like looked at it and I was like, oh, cool. So they use Flash, and then Scratch, drag and drop one. Yeah, exactly. And so I was like, oh, cool. I want to use like some kind of animator. And I was looking into it and I was like, oh, there's Flash animation. Keep in mind, this is like 2017. And that was when I was starting to get into Flash animation. Yeah, no, like, and I even knew it too. I was like, yeah, this is not worth my time. But I used Scratch for game design. I used it for making like quick animations, because it was easier than doing hand-drawn animation. And you know, I like to do things easier, so that's what I use Scratch for. I do think Scratch does not really do a good job of getting you to really understand coding, but it gets you to understand how logic works. And so I think it's actually a great tool for kids in schools to kind of learn and explore different avenues that they may not normally want to explore, because actually learning how to game design is really complicated. Well, nowadays it's not. I mean, you get Unreal Engine, it's crazy easy to make a game. Hell, you don't even need to know how to code with Unreal Engine. You got blueprints, you got you can download other people's blueprints and code. You don't even know how to code yourself. You could just make a game in like an afternoon. What a day and age to live in as like a young kid. Like, you have everything at your fingertips, and all they want to do is watch YouTube. So there's that. Okay, I'm kind of creating like basic shapes here. Then I'm going to go in with the shader and then create some kind of like holes that are basically our displacements that are going to be pushing in and out different things. Because I figured this building's going to almost feel a little more organic than anything else. And then there will be that guy in the class. It'll make a whole DBZ fight in PowerPoint. Yes. True. One of the things that because I did in college, ultimately what I ended up doing was education. Like that, it was like I had technology education and speech education as like as my double, and then I had computer sciences was my minor. And when I did that, we had to do like fun like in class games for like students and stuff. And I ended up making like a full-on battleship game where you know how you like say battleship, you say what like button they're on, blah blah blah. Well, I made the whole freaking thing in PowerPoint, just like you mentioned, like a whole game. Like it was like a game, and it had like animations in it and everything. PowerPoint was so much fun, and it's insane what you can do with it. Totally. I mean, it's like, that's like another one of those things. But like nowadays, like the PowerPoint's even better now. Like, holy cow, it's so much better. Actually, you know, with this, I probably just use some hair particles here. Yeah, let's do that. I got an idea, guys. And again, might be a terrible idea, but here we are once again. Let's add in a plane over here, and I'm going to kind of just extrude this upwards, scale that down, extrude while rotating, and then just kind of create a little bit of a horn that we can do here. And then that bottom piece right there will kind of just be like our hair. So if we change this render option on our hair particle system from path to objects, we can select our cube. Whoops. We can select our cube over here as kind of like our object, and that way we can get kind of like these random orientations. But we'll have to do, let's see, object rotation. The scale randomness can also be varied, and I think the number of hairs we're going to want is going to be like way less. You can use 3D models with PowerPoint? I didn't know that. So time to close Blender and start to work with the real. No, I didn't know you could do that. That's crazy. please tell me you're joking. Holy cow. That's insane if you can actually do that. I wouldn't be surprised though. Can I adjust the orientation here though? Because I feel like when I'm going to, because these are like, they're not exactly correct. So if I take this and then rotate them by 90 degrees on the x-axis, y-axis, z-axis. It's like somewhat correct. I'm just trying to create kind of like some random geometry on this building. Because I'm lazy. And I know I could probably do this in geometry. Ooh, that's actually... Let's do that. Okay, and then if we go in and then add in some children. I don't know. This is just an idea. I'm trying to make this feel more organic, like it's like a building. Yeah! Guys, look at that. I didn't even have to model it. I can just create a hair particle system that kind of creates like all these jaggedy edges. Perfect. Save. And let's see, shift the origin to the bottom of the face. Yeah, the origin is at the bottom of the face. I just got a text. 1 second. Oh, I got a text saying someone's gonna watch my stream. Then now I'm nervous. Okay. Oh, I just realized I forgot to post on my Instagram story that I'm going live. Oh no, guys. I'm gonna miss all 2 people that look at my Instagram stories. Which, by the way, plug on the Instagram, link in the description. Go follow me there, or just join the Discord because I also post the final photos there. But I should be telling you to go follow my Instagram so that way I can get some more interactions with the society. Also, I post more like behind the scenes of kind of like some stuff that I'm working on, projects I've been working on my Instagram. As well as some of the things that I have been up to lately. So, let's see. I'm going to kind of take this out here. So, really ideally right now, like the idea is just kind of creating a little bit more geometry on like these hillside. I'm not too worried about this big flat plane back here because realistically, we're going to be creating kind of like this rocky texture. But I do want this mountain. So let's start adding in the mountain back there. And then I'm going to start worrying about the lava explosion that we got going on because that's going to be pretty crazy. So let's go ahead and add in a landscape. Whoops. That we can sculpt later to be the exact orientation that we want it to be. And let's put that like right there. We've got a lot of clouds that we're going to be adjusting and stuff like that as well. But could someone please verify whether or not he was joking or not about the, or they were joking? I'm sorry, I don't want to say who you are, but are you joking about this PowerPoint being able to do that? Because that's freaking wild if you can. I mean, that's shocking, but it also is almost in a weird way not shocking that PowerPoint can do that. But it's like, if PowerPoint can really do that, there's so many other things that I would have asked PowerPoint to do first before they added 3D models to their software. Also, I'm just trying to figure out what people actually would use 3D models as inside of a software. I guess you could have things rotate, right? So like if you had different points, it's like for a medical thing or whatever it is, you could have like the face turn. And then it's like, Wait, does that mean you can rig? Can you rig and animate inside of PowerPoint? And then if you can do all of that, can you export your animations once they're done? Or do you have to screen record it? Speaking of films, the hot or cold sketch was on my feed. That was funny. Oh no. Oh no, I gotta go hide all that stuff. No, you found my videos. I forgot those were on there. Well, thank you for watching it and giving me a view. Well, yeah, that was for I think a contest by Filmright. I think I filmed that a little while ago. Oh, that fell. That's yeah, that was a fun one. That was the first time I ever actually edited a video and then sent it to a sound designer for the sounds. There was the guy I knew, and he was like, "Oh, hey, I do sound design. Do you want me to do sound design for like your minute short?" And I was like, "Sure." So I sent him the video, and he did it in like an hour. Pretty quick job. I mean, it wasn't crazy good, but like for what it was, I mean, there was no sound whatsoever. We didn't record audio, so he created everything from scratch. So like all the sound effects and everything were done in post, like in like an hour or two. So, props to him for doing it as good as he did. So from Microsoft, on Windows and Mac OS, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and Outlook support inserting 3D models directly into your documents, workbooks, or presentations to illustrate a point. Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Microsoft, for the ability to do that. I need to figure out how to do that on my Excel sheets now. So that way when I'm doing like visual effects, like bids and stuff like that, I can, because I use Excel. Well, actually, more specifically, I use Google Sheets, but it's all the same. Okay. And it's not by Microsoft. So I understand that's going to be a problem. But I should figure out how to do that there, because that would be really cool. Because already inserting photos is pretty OP on stuff like that. Most models have an animation, but you can rotate them and morph the rotation between frames. Okay, that makes sense. I'm down with this, guys. I'm down with this. What do you guys feel like about this environment? I mean, it's pretty down and dirty. Feel like we need to add like a subdivide surface into this thing, so that way it's a little smoother. Also feel like it shouldn't just be straight. Like, can we just go into edit mode here and then kind of rotate this? I think as if it's like, it makes sense to be kind of like more organic in nature. Yeah, I like that. And then kind of what I was thinking is on top of this particle system that we already have here, if we add in an additional particle system, yeah, let's do that. So we'll call this extra geometry, or geo, because I can't spell. And then we'll add in a new particle system here that's hair. I think if we just make that a little bit bigger, something like that. You're gonna go crazy with volumetrics on this, aren't you? Hey, I never go crazy with volumetrics. Never. Not once. Have I ever gone crazy with volumetrics? I feel like that's not me. If you were to be like, oh wow, I'm sitting super low compared to my camera angle, that's so funny. I feel like if you were to be like, hey, is Connor the kind of guy that's going to go crazy with volumetrics? I wouldn't be. All right, here's the deal. I added this other hair in here because it's got like this in these photos. They've got like these kind of like weird, wacky, like it almost feels like, I guess you can't. Not really. I don't know. I'm trying to get the sense of something. Okay. Let's go to interpolation here, and then let's change the kink option, kinky, to something like curl. And with this, we kind of want to adjust the scaling of this and the amplitude of it to be something a little more wild, and definitely less, because I think we have way too much in here so far. But yeah, let's be real. Every time I say that I'm not going to go crazy with the volumetrics, I don't know, my render times get doubled of what it was the week before. That's like, honestly, if I here's my goal, guys. Here's my goal with this whole YouTube streaming thing. Eventually I want to make money off of this, not so that I can make money, but it's so that I can build a render farm. So that way I can make bigger, more volumetric scenes. That's the goal of this YouTube here. Okay. Okay. Yeah. These wild hairs here, kind of what I'm doing is just giving it a little more of that feel of just something kind of off on it. We can change the hair length to be a little bit smaller, and then less amplitude because I went a little crazy with that. And then let's change the frequency is pretty large, so let's make that smaller, and then we can increase the amplitude there, and that's going to give us more curves with the smaller hairs. Okay. How does that look? That just looks whack, dude. You know what? We may have time to add in some dragons. I don't know. I'm not going to model them myself. Let's be real here. That's way too much work. So this is going to be the platform in which our dude is going to be standing on. So let's go ahead and add in our guy. I already downloaded some assets, as I mentioned earlier, because I wasn't going to 3D model a guy on stream. What are you guys, crazy? I got like 3-4 hours to do these streams. I'm not making this stuff from scratch. Although this is a good point. If you guys want to join the Discord, and if I know there's some very talented artists out there, and you want me to use some of your 3D models, then send them to me, because I wouldn't mind using some cool different 3D models that you guys got. I almost asked on my Discord yesterday if anybody had some cool models that I could use for like a sword or something like that, but I didn't, and this is more me saying it now. Wait, why am I double clicking that? I need to do file, import, FBX. And then I'm gonna kill myself momentarily once I have to do this lava explosion on the mountain super far away. Yeah. Man. And then this was just a model I found on Mixamo, so you guys can go grab that if you want. It's not super high quality, and it doesn't have everything I want, and it's got this weird skull thing that I definitely don't want. I can send you a 3D GB VDBS per frame. Oh, 3 GB VDBS of what? What type of VDBS? I'm just going to delete this kind of skull on his shoulder because I don't need that. Interestingly, he is rigged, so I can use his rig. And let's take him. We're going to scale him up a little bit because I want him to be a little more prominent frame. And we'll move him down. Because I have a lot of 3D models myself, but I can make these things. It's just, I ain't going to make it on a stream. It's not going to happen. Not going to happen. And we're going to set this viewport display on the bones, or on the rig specifically, to be in front. So go viewport display and then just say in front. That way we could see it. A little bit easier. But yeah, I'm using Mixamo for this. And oh, dude, you know what plugin I really want? It's on Blender Market. It's the clothing plugin that allows you to Nebula. I'm the guy from Discord. Oh, okay. Great. Yeah. There was like a bunch of new people that joined Discord this week. It was fantastic. Let's see. Let's kind of create a little bit of a stance here. Oh, and of course, this is not... the leg's a little broken. There's so many bones on this that I am not going to be using. I didn't think it was going to be rigged, although it kind of makes sense because it's from Mixamo. But let's look at this guy's pose real quick. This makes it a little bit easier. So he's kind of just like hands down to his side. I feel like in a bit of a battle pose is what he needs to be because, you know, Mordor has fallen, but the dragons are still there. Just say the theme of the next render. Hey, full counter, welcome. Like, what is the theme of the next? Why am I? I'm bending his arm fully backwards, guys. Here, I wasn't even paying attention. I actually am not quite sure what the next theme is going to be. I think there was a recommendation on Discord that someone gave me. So if you guys actually want a specific type of render, send me that in Discord. I always create the photos inside of Midjourney, and then we go recreate them in 3D. But actually, this last week, there was this guy that posted a photo inside the Discord asking for a specific render. So I was going to look at that and see if that was maybe something that we were going to do. But no promises yet because I have not decided. But that photo, and I can even just, let's just pull up Discord here. That photo is, where is it at? Is it under general introductions? I don't know. Showcase? No. General? It's probably under general. Unless it got deleted. I have the photo though. Oh, here it is. I think this is the photo for next week. It's a kind of like a sci-fi space. Yeah, exactly. You just said that. Space sci-fi. Haha. So this is kind of like a weird sci-fi kind of like, well, almost like Riverdale, Lord of the Rings kind of thing, but in science fiction, you know? So I was going to try to plug this into Midjourney and see what we can do. I may use this exact photo, but I'm going to probably create like a square version of it using some Photoshop. But yeah, I'm going to probably take a look at that. Let's close this. That way I'm not getting a bunch of beeps. I'll get his arm just a little bit more out, I think. And then a little further back as he has that sword kind of in his arm. Just kind of have that go down. And something like... And once we get the sword in there, it'll be a little easier to kind of see what we're doing. Yeah, I think that might work. And then for the arm over here, let's make it a little less rigid. So many bones, it's actually really hard to tell what I'm grabbing. Yeah, I think that's good. And then I don't like his hair whatsoever, so we're gonna go in and delete all that. But that's the trick, right? We're just gonna hide his bones. We don't need to see his bones. But we're gonna add in our own hair particle system for this stuff, so... That way we'll have a lot more control. Oh, we'll have a lot more control over that. And if we wanted to, we can maybe even animate it. Which I'm always wanting to make like these different renders into animations. I feel like that would be so much fun. But yeah, I haven't done it yet. He's got like one random horn. Let's go ahead and delete that. Just, oh, not select his arm and delete it. We only want to delete this horn here. If the hair has a separate material, you can quickly... Oh, yeah, you're kind of right. As I like to say, I like doing things the hard way. But you're right. Oh, no, it doesn't. It just had this body material. But yes, you're totally right. I could have gone here and then hit the select button if it had a hair material. But this particular one did not have that. I will want, though, to go into weight paint. And let's go ahead and create a new vertex group here. I'll just call this main hair. And I'm going to just add in some hair. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a lot of vertices, so we may need to add in some more vertices. Just apply that. I don't have any problems. I mean, we already have our thing in the pose that we needed to be in, but I also put it before the armature to make sure that it was doing everything correctly there. I will give a fair warning. If you do add a subdivide surface and throw it before the armature, oh, he missed while catching the baseball. Yes. Yeah, he did. And it really screwed up his face here. So, fair warning, though, if you do try to throw that subdivide surface before your armature, sometimes you get some wacky results. I'm going to be doing a walkthrough on some of the visual effects for my film that I did this last year. At some point, I'll be doing that, like a full-on walkthrough. And it can create some weird wrinkles on the body and stuff like that if you throw a subdivide surface after you already rig something. So yeah, I'm going to go in here now and we can kind of add in the particles for his hair. So I'm going to just do this very roughly. This is probably not the most ideal way of doing this. just realized, he's human on one side and elf on the other. That's actually pretty cool. And then Blender has their whole new hair particle system, and I really haven't tried it. So that should be something that I should dive into. Not on a live stream, of course. And by the way, I did some more research on the subsurface scattering, and what we came up with last week with plugging the RGB node directly into it, that actually works perfect, and it should give you the exact results that you need. And you can also do the math just like we were saying, but if you do plug just an RGB node into it, then that's essentially will get you exactly what you need as well. Let's go back here to object mode. We've got our main hairs that we can add, so I'm just going to add a new hair particle system, and then just go to vertex groups, density, and then change that to main hair. And that's going to limit it just to there. And that's perfect, guys. Look at that. He's got this massive afro. But no. Let's go ahead and make it so it's not 4 meters in size, which, by the way, does anybody know why Blender defaults it to such a large number? 4 meters is massive. I'm gonna give him longer hair, I think. And yeah, 1,000 should be fine. Interpolation, and then change the kink to curl. And then change the amplitude to something like 0.02. And then we can change the frequency as well. And let's see, 0.01. I think that's a good amount. Honestly, we probably don't have to go too crazy here, because it is from his backside, so we're getting away with so much. I'm just going to kind of comb this back now. Also doesn't have to look good because he's like a, I don't know, a warrior guy. And warrior guys don't have good looking hair, okay? Sorry, Jaime Lannister from Game of Thrones. It's not true. You can't look good all the time. Not realistic. Wow, this is 2 weeks in a row I brought up Game of Thrones. It's maybe has something to do with the fact that we're doing all our medieval renders in the last 2 weeks, but that's beside the point. So what I like to do is first do like kind of like a main hair here. It's kind of set up like the entire flow of the normal hair. You can break this down if you really want to get granular on it and do just different sections. But since we're only seeing him from behind, I don't really care all that much. But so now if we go back into object mode, we're going to see all of our interpolated hair like going on here. Let's go ahead and hit save. And go ahead and add in, we'll just call this main. It's his main. And then we're going to add in another particle system. And this will be called flyaways. Flyaway. We're just going to scale that all the way down, and we're going to use our same density group that we had before. We can even use, just to give it a little more roughness. That's not going to give much because we kind of made everything red that we wanted, but you can select length as well. And then we're just kind of scaling this down now. Scale this down. Something like, that should be good. And ideally what we want is this to be super curly. So let's make this number something like 20. So we're only going to get a few hairs here. And we can change the interpolation here. Let's set this to 100 to see what we're getting. I like 10 actually, so let's just leave 10 on both display as well as the render amount here. And then it's going to give us a few hairs here. We'll change the kink to something like, I could use curl again. And let's see, 0.01. It's going to give you these few wild hairs going on. And let's just adjust the, let's keep that as is, but if we go in and turn on, I think I screwed up, guys. I forgot to set a keyframe here. Oh well, we'll fix that in a second. We're working on the hair right now. we need to turn on hair dynamics. And that's going to drop these hairs down in a more natural state. And we'll have a few laying down, and that just makes our life a lot easier rather than us having to manually do this. We're going to have a few hairs here popping up and a few hairs kind of like coming off on the side here, but that's going to give us the ability to kind of like customize our hair in a little bit better way. So 44 should be a good frame, so let's just keep that there. I'm probably going to cache it so that way I don't have to worry about this. So we'll just hit 44 there, and we'll hit bake for our frames. And now we've got our hair kind of like flopping all over the place, but we're only going to be rendering out frame 44. Let's go ahead and grab, let's go Alt H to unhide our rig that we spent so much time on. It's okay. Don't worry. We do need to select everything though and delete the keyframes because that's not going to happen again. Oh man, he looks sassy, right? Select everything and make sure to delete your keyframes. I don't know why I didn't just do that rather than on the outside, but it's okay. And let's go into pose mode and redo everything we just did. Kind of just have that go out a little bit. I almost hesitate to do the bending fingers just yet because ideally we're not going to be doing this till the sword's in the hand, but it's okay. Do this whenever. And finally, let's see, let's rotate this outwards a little bit, and then we will rotate the hand a little bit to be more like that. Because we're going to want to see the sword really easily. I watched Anatomy of a Fall this week. Insanely good movie if you guys haven't seen it. It's a really good mystery that like I think was extremely well written. You don't get many of those these days. So if you guys are looking for like a good film that's nominated for an Oscar, so maybe it's good, then check that out. I don't think we really need to rotate the head, so we're not going to. And that's about that. And look at that. I can move the keyframes here, and it doesn't lose our pose because I did it correctly this time. Kind of want to take our fingers on this side though, and then we're definitely going to rotate that in. And then this other arm here may need to come out a little bit more, especially if we're looking at his pose here. No, I guess that's about correct. How likely are you to recommend Windows PC to others if they ask? That was just the pop-up that I got on my window. I guess you guys can't even see that, but how likely am I to recommend it? I don't know. I use it. So maybe. Kind of depends on what you're doing though. Like I'm not like a hardcore like, hey, you know, this is the only software you can use. Okay, there's our guy. There's our ugly building. Holy cow. Let's take this extra ugly geo and then remove parts of it. Okay, that's a little better. And yeah, okay, great. All that to now work on some lava. I need to take the lava here. So, okay, we're going to create a new collection here with inside of this collection. We'll just call this landscape. We just got all of our landscapes. We can throw those in there. Ask them if they're paying for you to sponsor. I hate to tell you this, Vin, but nobody's paying me to sponsor. Wait, I can get sponsored? What is this that you speak of? New collection, and then we're going to probably call this prefabs. We only really have one prefab that we're going to throw in there, but who knows? Maybe we'll create another one here shortly. Let's get some of these other planes. This is the river, and then this is the ground. So let's... Lava river. That's fine. And then we grab both those and just throw those in our landscape. Now, why I'm going to want to do this... Oh, and this is the building. I don't necessarily think it should go under landscape, though. So let's create kind of a new collection here that we will call buildings. Is it a mystery? Yes. Anatomy of a Fall it is, yeah. Anatomy of a Fall is a kind of like a mystery film about like a... Did she murder her husband or not? And I'm just going to select this whole hierarchy here and then just throw everything in there, honestly. And then we're not going to call this buildings. We'll call this layout. So we got layout. And we will throw landscapes under layout. And then we got our prefabs, which we can also throw under layout. And then we've got this guy, which we'll call... What do we want to call this? We'll call this camera. And then finally place that in there as well. Now, before I forget any of this stuff, let's go ahead and add in a new empty here. We'll call this just the plain access empty that we can rename to focus. And we could select our camera and then adjust the depth of field. Now, here's a really good question. So we got this guy standing here in the foreground, and then we got like all of this in the background. Do we want the lava explosion to be from the main focus of interest, or the dude standing in front here? It's a good question that we should really be asking ourselves. We just add in our focus, which is going to be this little empty that we just created. And we can select our camera and adjust the focal length to be something like 1.2. Very cool. All right, great, guys. That's good. We could probably start getting to some shading. Oh, we probably need to add our sword in. And then I'm going to do the lava explosion because that's kind of important. This guy also looks very rigid, which is a bit of a problem for me. I don't like that. He's just super low quality compared to what I feel like he should be. I'm going to delete his whole material that he has here. We're going to create all our custom materials ourselves. Because you know how it be. And let's see. Let's go look at... So that's a RAR file. RAR. Let's go ahead and extract this sword that we have here. Sword medieval. We've got this new .obj. And we'll just go ahead and import that as well. VFX material assets, and then our sword. Whoa. Wow, that is way too big. Maybe the person, not the point of focus, seems a little rigid. Yeah, I know. He's a little standing there, you know, like a little too much. It's like, buddy, get a life. It's okay. We'll figure this out together, though. What are we calling this guy? Showing it to my coworker, he was like, "Oh, it looks like almost like a Sildor or something like that." And I'm like, "Sure." I don't know enough about Lord of the Rings to really tell you like who it is or anything like that, but I think Isildur is dead, is he not? Maybe he comes back. This is his redemption arc. Alright, so that's the sword there. I gotta fix this. Man, this is rough. I need you to bend your hand, not how people actually bend their hands. And then not on the 3D cursor, please. I guess I shouldn't be surprised that Mixamo gave me a like completely rigged character already. I was expecting to have to rig him myself, but it kind of makes sense because it's Mixamo. You know, like that's kind of their whole shtick, isn't it? Giving out rigged characters, or actually having rigged characters, or rigging characters. I knew I was going to get it right eventually. Okay, great. So there's the sword. He just looks so damn rigid and fake. So we're going to do some tricks, I think. He's currently like decently subdivided here. So let's go into our sculpt mode. We're going to use kind of the cloth tool. And we can kind of just maybe add some wrinkles in. Is that possible? Can we do that? Doesn't seemingly want to work. I think there should be a way for me to do that. Maybe not. And if I can't, that's okay, because we can actually just go in and kind of like draw our own like wrinkles and stuff like that. Let's look at our photo here. He also has this like flowing cape behind him, and I love that. And I almost want to... Let's go ahead and just make that. It can't be that hard. It's a cape. Let's go to object mode here. Radius small, strength high. What did I do? Did I do that wrong? Strength. Okay, radius small, strength high. Oh, wait, whoa. Wrong tool. Cloth. Radius small, strength high. I thought this would just work. Admittedly, I don't do too much of this, but like this isn't doing anything here. Is it because of the armature? Am I screwing myself because of the armature? It's fine. We'll just add in a cape and then we'll call it a day from there. I couldn't find a guy that actually had a cape, so I had to use this guy. So go ahead and kind of just put this up here. Add a bunch of vertices in a moment. I think this is about the right size. But essentially, just go ahead and do that. I like to then add in a bunch of subdivide surfaces, which we'll do it in a second. Let's do that here, actually. Set that to simple, so that way we're keeping our rigid edges here on the corners of the cape. And furthermore, isn't it supposed to be like below this like secondary cape thing? Or this, whatever that's called. I don't even know, man. I just work here. But yeah, if it's like that, and then we take this guy, and then we say, go ahead and make him collide, which we can do not as a modifier, but as a physics-based thing. We can add in a collision modifier. Now if we go here, we can add in a cloth modifier. Go to frame 0, that's what we want. Hopefully... frame 44 is fine because it's going to continue that way. So now if we do our cloth, cool. Let's go in and select our vertices here. Create a new vertex group that we will call pin. And then we'll hit assign. And now if we go back over to our physics properties, we could say... It's under shape. Yep. Shape, pin group, pin. And then now, if I go into here, we hit the play button. Pretty close. Let's actually apply that. I know what the issue is. Let's go to wireframe here. I know exactly what the problem is, and let's create our pin to be like super small between these two vertex groups. Actually, more specifically, we want just these guys to be part of the pin. So if we do select all pin, we're going to do deselect, select all pin, remove. And then if we select just the edge vertices here, hit assign. And then we go into here, and then let's go ahead and add in another subdivide surface, simple. We can make this as detailed as we want. Go back to frame 0. And that should work. So let's see what that looks like. But we're going to throw in like a turbulence and stuff like that to kind of really get this to be exactly where we want it to be. Oh, damn. Now that's pretty funny. It's not exactly what I want, so we will get there. But as far as cloth goes, that's going to be falling around him. That actually works pretty nicely. Definitely looks natural. I don't know that we need turbulence or anything like that now that I'm thinking about it. But let's go back to frame 0 here, and there's a couple things that we're going to want to do. Let's go ahead and grab the edge vertice here and kind of just wrap this around as much as possible. Because we don't want it to bunch up too much. Great. Now let's go ahead and hit the play button here. It's gonna freak out for a second, but it's okay. Let's just let that cache. And I'm not too worried that we're getting clipping here. And it's because I'm actually going to be placing it below the armor here momentarily after we finish the cache. I think that works pretty nicely. This one's still bunching up over here quite a bit. But in a weird way, I actually think that's kind of cool because his arm's out on this side. How does that look, guys? Something like that, I think. It's not bad. I might want it to be a little bit wider. So let's try that a little bit more. Kind of just give this a little bit so that way it just doesn't bunch quite as much. Oh, self-collision is not on. That's actually a good point. Let's go ahead and fix that. So yes, over here, and then we'll turn on self-collision. Also, maybe not. Let's see. Internal springings, caching, and collisions. And then if we do self-collision, it'll definitely help solve any like bugs that we have. Let's just get that to cache out real quick. Wow, that is really getting small. It really likes to like almost like wrap itself together, which is somewhat frustrating. Need to have a bit of more stiffness on it potentially. Because that's certainly not what I want. It's too huggy. Why is it hugging so much? I think it potentially is because it's intersecting with the... It's like on the inside of something that's having a collision basis with. That potentially was the problem. I just looked up. It said to subscribe. You know what that means? Hit that subscription button, guys. Yeah, let's see. Oh, that's just... yeah, it basically just ruined it. But I'm trying to figure out why. Because self-collision shouldn't necessarily be doing that. Let's see. Friction. It's clamping a little bit too much, honestly. Yeah, because I'm not having any issues with that necessarily here without self-collision turned on. Yeah, it looks cool. I use self-collision for curtains, so I thought it would be similar. Yeah, I think it was just bunching up a little bit too much, but without self-collision turned on, this actually looks pretty sweet. Let's go ahead and keep that like that, I think. I almost want... Let's try this. I mean, why not? Let's mess around a little bit with this. So we're going to use a force field. Let's use something like turbulence. I'll place turbulence down here. Oh, got to be careful with his hair. That's funny. I think that works for me. Let's go ahead and delete this. I don't want it to screw with my hair. Let's go back to camera view here. And yeah, that looks pretty natural to me. So let's go ahead and leave that in there. We've got our cloth now. Let's go ahead and cache this. That way we don't have to worry about it doing it every single time. So we'll go to bake. I like frame 77 because that was the frame that we were just on and it actually looks pretty nice. And frame 44 for the hair is already cached, so we don't have to worry about that. Realize we actually don't need all this cache. Oh well, I already hit the button. But we could have just hit it to frame 77 because that's all we needed. Although it'd be kind of cool to see what the rest of the frames are, I suppose, just in case there's a frame we like better. Definitely not. Frame 77 is the best. Okay, great. So that is finished. It's all complete. Let's type in frame 77 here so that way we're not going to be on anything else. Let's go ahead and also, if we take this cloth sim from our modifiers and then we just apply it. Oh, whoops. If we apply the subdivisions first and then we apply that, we're not going to have to worry about any caching whatsoever. This thing is now baked in. And we can now take this guy and then place it wherever we'd like. So I'm going to be placing it below his actual armor so that way it's coming out the bottom of it. And then if we go into our sculpt mode here, we can use the grab tool, the elastic grab, and then kind of have this go over top of other elements of the body. That way we don't have to worry too much about clipping. And we can kind of really customize this, especially since this is just a still render. You know, it doesn't have to be animated, so we can get away with kind of like this technique. Although normally you're probably going to want this to be animated, and then you'll probably want to do all this stuff correctly from the get-go. But I find this method just a little bit easier to customize and artistically get what you want. So that's all done there. Let's go ahead and we're kind of creating like this fake armor piece that he's got going on his back. And that's pretty cool. Next up, let's go back over here into object mode, and then we'll add in another subdivide surface. And this is kind of just going to make these edges not sharp now, because initially they were completely sharp, but now we want to add in a little bit of subdivide surface just to smooth that out. And then finally a solidify after everything. And this will just add a little bit of thickness to your entire jacket. Do 0.00 like 3 or something like that. And that looks pretty sweet. So now we got our hair done. We got our guy finished. So we're gonna move on to our lava explosion off in the distance. Let's go ahead and save that. Let's grab this plane, and we're going to move this over to our layout section and grab this cube, which is really just our sword, so we can actually even call it a sword, and move that over to our layout section as well. Now, I have flip fluids installed. We can try doing that. It may be overcomplicating everything to do this way. But why the hell not try to overcomplicate everything? So let's go ahead and try to do that. Let's go ahead and add in a cube over here. And the only problem, it's such a massive scale of a scene. Oh my gosh, this is gonna suck. Apply all transforms, so that way we've got just this kind of cube here. And then let's call this new collection over here. We'll call this flip, not flippo, just flip. And let's see, grab this cube that we can place inside of that. And if we go over to our kind of like properties here, we can see that we have flip fluid installed. Go ahead and just select domain on this, and that's going to make this cube a big old domain that we can kind of do whatever we want on it with. You know, selecting this as well, we can actually select all these mountains and then call them like obstacles, so that way it realizes what's an obstacle and what's not. So flip fluid obstacle. And let's go ahead and add in a new cube. If we take this guy up, grab it up, put it down here. Let's go ahead and apply all transforms on it and then say flip fluid. And this time we're going to say, I think we just select fluid itself. It should just work. So we'll go to frame 0 again. A lot of simulations today, guys. And it didn't work. So this is where because I honestly have used flip fluids once before, and it was for my film that I did. I made a lot of blood in it. But I'll be honest, I don't know much about it. So let's figure this out. So we got inflow, which is outflow force field. Let's try this outflow. It is not working. Oh, you know what? I think I know why. Okay, so you select fluid here. You select this cube, and then you have to bake your simulation, and it will then create the fluid simulation that you have. It just doesn't auto do it. And so this should work. This cube will just turn into liquid, drop to the ground, which we can actually probably already see. Yep, it's already doing it. Although the scale's massive on this place, so this liquid may take a while to actually hit into the mountain. Let's see. Yeah. It's going down. It's not cached yet. And when we do this, we can create an invisible obstacle that's going to kind of like pop the liquid up in the air. And then that's going to create ourselves our kind of explosion of lava that we'll want. Doesn't really seem to be interacting terribly much with our obstacles. Apply all our transforms just in case. Yeah, it's not interacting whatsoever. Let's see. Okay, we added in our simulation. We may need to add in our collisions. If we select this and then go, I think there's a flip option, is there not? Yes, here it is. And then we can actually add in the collision directly from here. This will give us the collision. So select objects, domain, organizer, add remove objects. And this object right here will be interesting. Okay, so that's not what I'm looking for. As I said, I just wanted to try this. If we can't get it to work, it's fine. I could just hand animate it or hand model the stuff. I kind of wanted to see if we could try doing a fluid simulation. There's no need to really do it, but let's try it this way. So I kind of want this to really pop up there. So it goes like that. Boom. And then this object right here, I know there's a way to do this inside of this menu. You basically say, hey, make this not a domain. So that's a select object domain, outflow, fluid surface. There should be a way to say, hey, make this like a object that it interacts with, like collision objects. Okay, let's try this, and then we will create a new version. Hit reset, reset bake. Let's go ahead and bake this again. This is pretty low resolution too. It's only 65 for the resolution size. So that just went through and did all the animation, and now it's doing it frame by frame. We're gonna wait for like this frame right here. We should really see a change in the cube. So we see the cube here falling, and then once it's at like this frame, we'll see it pop up. The cube should be shooting this direction, and then we can start creating a custom obstacle that's going to make it explode in like a specific way. Yeah, you see that? Cool, guys. So yeah, that's how you create a little explosion. And that's super low res, as you can tell. But now you got like this kind of like explosion that's happening. And we're going to try to create kind of like these lava explosions. Mostly this one right here. It's kind of like coming from the mountain, exploding outwards. So let's go ahead and do that. Wow, I can't believe it actually worked, guys. It worked. Okay, fantastic. Let's go ahead and just create a bit of a... Yeah, Fluid Sim's scary, man. I don't try it very often myself. And this is the reason why, is because it's just crazy. But, you know, I figured why not on a stream show to the world that I don't know what I'm doing. And that's why I'm here. I'm also just kind of like, me personally, I'm the adventurous kind of guy where I like to try different things every now and then, and this is a good excuse to try this. It really helps to try different things when you're doing visual effects, when you're working in the visual effects industry, because there's always different ways to do things, and not one way is necessarily, like, just because it's been done all the time that way does not mean that that's the way that it will always be done. So it's always good to try new things to see, you know, what really works for you. Okay, great. I'm going to actually go into the modifiers here, and we're just gonna add a subdivide surface. And then after this subdivide surface, we're going to try to create a bit of an uneven pattern. So if we use a displacement modifier, we can hit new. Let's go over to our materials here and swap this to like something like a cloud. This will just give us different shading abilities, maybe even noise. I think cloud should work. And really, we just want like an insanely uneven surface, because what we got going on right now is not exactly what we want. But with this displacement, let's go ahead and scale this down. Just trying to create some like weird shape. Let's go ahead and apply all that stuff. And if we change our resolution now to something like, I don't know, 120, which is going to kill my computer. Let's go ahead and hit the reset button. And let's go back to frame 0 here. Probably going to want this cube to be a lot smaller. So go ahead and scale this down if we can. Scale this down to something like that. Maybe a little larger. Apply all the transforms. And let's go ahead and bake this guy. Keep in mind, we're going to be hiding this later, but we're just using it to create this explosive outburst that we want. I usually try to avoid fluid sims myself because they're quite slow, and, you know, that's not fun. But, you know, why not? I figured I 100% could create spheres that look like the lava explosion. I knew I could do that, so I wasn't worried about whether or not we were going to be able to accomplish this photo today. But I just wanted to see how cool it would be to have like a legit lava explosion from the mountain. And once we have this, we'll go ahead and bake it and save it. And that way we can rotate it, move it wherever we want. Because I know this explosion's also happening a little bit higher on the mountain than we really want it to be. So let's try this. Not quite. Honestly, because we scaled it down, I don't like that as much. I think it's because we scaled it down is the reason I don't like it. So let's stop this. Go back to frame 0. Trial and error, guys. Reset the bake. Rebake. Yeah, I've had flip fluids forever now because, you know, when I got it, I was like, oh man, I'm gonna create some really cool stuff with it. I bought it for a client that I was working with that was some dinosaur shots. It's actually in the reel that you guys see before the stream starts. And that was the first time I ever used a fluid simulation whatsoever, was for like like this blood coming out of this dinosaur's mouth. And then I've used it a couple times since. There was this shot in the film that I worked on this last year, and no spoilers because I don't want to tell you what exactly happens, but there's quite a bit of blood in this one shot. So in order for me to do that, I again used the fluid simulator to essentially create that, and you can get some pretty cool results with it. So almost there. Frame 108. Whoopsies. It's like, it's going so fast and I haven't seen it yet. Let's see. And then when we get into this, yeah, you're probably right though, Vin. We're going to go crazy with volumetrics. We've got a lot of volumetrics we can add into this thing. Not to mention the clouds. Look at them clouds. It'd be crazy. Still, I don't think we're adding the dragons in today. Oh, that's pretty sweet. Let's see, let's get a little further back. Oh man, I really wish it didn't hit the ceiling. Because I like it once it's... That's pretty cool though. Like this. Oh, that's so cool, guys. Let's stop this again. We're going to scale up the domain a little bit. Hopefully that won't screw us. Not quite sure when you're allowed to do all this stuff. Reset this. Let's try baking this again. Hopefully that's not going to be a problem. Yeah, I think that's it's going to look really cool. This is it's definitely on the right path. I just need the domain to be larger. I am concerned though, because I know that sometimes when you scale the domain up, it screws with the like resolution size on it. So I may need a larger resolution size in order to compensate for it, but I'm not quite sure. It's like one of these, it's such a janky feature. Like, okay, I know I'm complaining about stuff that like I shouldn't be complaining about. All right, I got it. I realize I think it's a little further back too. I may need to adjust that. Like, you just look at like 20 years ago on how they had to do fluid simulations. Okay, I understand I'm privileged with being able to do this inside of a free software on my computer here. But, you know, yeah, there are some things that could be fixed on this, all right? I'm not delusional on whether or not, you know, this fluid simulator can be fixed or not. Okay, that's pretty cool. I like it. That's cool, guys. Lava explosion. It is hitting the wall here. I figured that was going to be a problem. So we're going to do a couple things. Let's go ahead and stop this. Wow, frame 123 even looks pretty sweet. Let's go to top view here. Damn. Okay, we're going to have to make this a little larger this direction. Just a little larger that way. And then instead of 120, let's try 150. We're just going to hike it up a little bit. Go ahead and reset our bake here. Save. And then hit the bake button. And then we may need like little pools of lava in different areas. We can totally do that. So, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. But let's just try to handle this kind of primary explosion here. And then we may need to do something with this as well. Or is it just going to be one big explosion? I don't really know, guys. Like, we'll get there when we get there. I kind of was even thinking before we modeled anything I was going to do the explosion. But, of course, I got ahead of myself and I just went straight for it. Let's see, we're at frame 75. Where are we at? Normally I would also render this out as a separate pass and then kind of just comp this into our compositor later rather than trying to do this all in one area, but whatever, we can do this here. People in 2050, what do you mean I can't do fluid simulation on my smartwatch? It has an RTX 10K. Yes. And I mean, that kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier. It's like, dude, like, kids these days, man, like, they got everything. Oh, dude, I like that. All right, that looks cool. That looks cool. There's our explosion. There's our explosion. Our lava explosion. Wow, that's pretty sick. I like how globby it is right now. We can kind of fix that. Yeah, let's fix that. So we'll stop this. Save it. Let's go ahead and up a cache version. Let's see. Increase/decrease cache directory. So if I just up one. Yeah, let's try that. And then we'll make this resolution size here something like 300. And let's just go to frame 122 because this is basically the frame that I want. And do I need to adjust anything in here for the frame numbers? I can always just stop it manually if it just continues to go. And one of the things that I always really like about Flip is that they have a bunch of presets for like materials, and I like to like look at how they create their materials because sometimes they have some pretty ingenious ways of doing different types of materials. Which, by the way, while we're waiting for this, if you guys haven't already, please hit the like button on this video. It really helps me out with the algorithm. It's crazy that the last few streams I've been doing have gotten over 1,000 views. So thank you guys so much for liking the video and commenting and then subscribing, of course. We're at like 770 subscribers or something like that. So thank you guys so much for doing that. It's really been awesome. We were at 500 like at the beginning of this year. So I'm really excited about, you know, where we're going with this and what we're going to be creating. Yeah, but thank you guys so much. And if you guys want to see a specific render, join the Discord and leave a comment in there of like type of artwork you'd like to see in the next renders. Obviously I just showed a photo earlier of the render that we'll potentially be doing next week. So, and of course this one was also a recommendation and last week was a recommendation. So we got a lot of medieval people. So last week it was like a medieval render, and then this week they were like, hey, do a Lord of the Rings render. So I'm doing this, which is the Fall of Mordor. And then next week we're going to be doing a recommendation from the Discord as well. So if you guys have anything that you guys specifically want to see made, go ahead and leave a comment or in either on this YouTube video or in the Discord, and that is much appreciated. Yeah, it's going to take a lot longer to create the bake for this specific one, but it's okay. Take our time on this. And then we have to do all our volumetrics. Volumetrics and shading. Actually, while we're at it, why don't we do this? I'm gonna open up Texture Haven. While we're waiting for this, let's just look for some textures. No reason to like wait. I don't have early access. Sad. Rock textures. What's like that ugly Shadow of Mordor dark texture that we want? They don't have anything that we want here. We can always shade things to be how we want them to be. Like this actually looks pretty cool. I know we used this on a previous stream, so let's just use this here. Download that to VFX Materials. We'll call this textures. Let's go ahead and save that in there. Man, this is like perfect too. I just don't have it yet. When's it coming out, Texture Haven? Give me access. Plastered stone wall. I need something a little more natural. It needs to feel kind of like rigidy throughout the entire scene. We've got this. I just don't like the green in it, honestly. We can always remove the green ourselves, but I was hoping to find something a little bit closer. Rock wall. Terrain. Yeah. Defense wall. We could also use that, I guess. At least portions of it. Yeah, let's just mix a bunch of these together. We could probably create, like, using different Musgrave materials, several different textures kind of blended. So let's go ahead and do that. I like this. We can even change this to be the lava color instead of green. Go ahead and download this. Do they have volcanic rock? I didn't see it. Am I only like on page 1? 86 results. Yeah, no. I'm not seeing volcanic unless it's under a different... Let's go to all. How do you spell volcanic? I don't think so. Rock. They don't even have lava, guys. It's sad. We're gonna have to make our own lava material. You're gonna make me actually work here? Come on. Pretty much everything's just gonna be brick or rock. Just because that's our scene. Definitely all brick. Let's go back over here to our rock. Sorry, not brick. All of this will just be rock. We don't like brick around here. Ooh, this could be cool too. It just feels a little too uniform, like put together. Okay, let's see what we got. So we got our explosion. Oh man, it's too flat. I need the top bit to be... Right, this is too flat up here. Ah, man. Okay. This down here is pretty cool, though. I like that. I don't like this top layer. Ambient CG and Blender kit. Okay. So I don't have Blender kit for this version of Blender because they don't have it. But might be able to otherwise. So let's see real quick. Can I apply flip fluids? I feel like I can. And then to fix this, wow, it's so cool, guys. This looks so cool. Let's go back to frame 0. We're going to try again, and then I'll go look for a material momentarily. But let's grab this at the top. And if we grab kind of that, let's scale this down. Really needs to jut out. And let's hit the reset button on this. Let's jump to the next keyframe here, and we need this guy to be much lower. And it's going to pop up much faster. Let's see, that should work. Let's try a smaller... No, we'll just keep it at 300, and I'll look for another material real quick. Okay, bake. You said ambient CG? Never been here before. Are these free? Free PBR materials! Okay, let's go. New website I didn't know about. Explore all the assets. It's like licensing. Yeah, well, I don't care because I'm not selling these photos. So, good for me. Lava! Let's go, guys. They got lava. I actually really like these darker lavas. Wow. What a find. Thank you, guys. come on. No volcanic rock? Dude, actually, ooh. This is cool. I like this material. Yes. Wow, that's so much better. You're right. Yes, you're right. 100% is so much better. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. I'm excited, guys. Wow, my life has been changed. You have altered my life. Thank you. Wow. Okay, great. So let's do this. Let's go ahead and download 4K materials. Do I want to kill my computer? How close is everything to the camera? We'll probably get away with 2K. We're probably fine. Let's do 2K. We don't need anything too crazy. 2K is fine. So yeah, texture for that. And let's grab this one as well. And let's go ahead and save this into the main folder here. Let's see. This is still going. Kind of need this to finish. Well, while this is going, well, you guys have, this is awesome. Thank you. So rock, let's see, like brick. Do they have like dark evil brick? Evil brick. Got evil brick for me, please? Please, 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 please. It's just too uniform. Stone, brick, stone. I don't want brick necessarily. I just want... What kind of materials you guys got in here? I like this because I'm going to use the displacement with this. Oh, that's cool. A little too flat, but I'm using this one already. Oh wait, no, I'm not. Yeah, let's do it, guys. So we'll go ahead and download this as well. So is it 2K? What do you mean by they have better normals? Not quite there, guys. Let's go ahead and just keep perusing the rock collection. You are the person that put me on to Botanic. Thank you for that. Oh, yes. Botanic's amazing. Love Botanic. Oh, I see what you mean. Normal maps. Gotcha. Yeah, Botanic's awesome. It is limited on some of the things it has, but what's really cool is you can edit all of the objects that you drop in. So it's made my life quite a bit easier. You know, I have an idea. I don't know if this is a bad idea, but I think it might be cool. Oh, man. Is it a bad idea? Trying to... Got leaves. That's cool. I like this idea of putting the net on the outside of this house over here. So duplicating this house and then putting a net on the outside of it, so that way it's got even more different detail to it. Because I have a feeling I'm not going to like this. Let's be real. Yeah, really great deal. I use it on almost every single render I do. So, I mean, this render maybe not, because you just crashed your PC. What did you do? I probably won't be using Botanic in this particular render just because there is nothing alive in this place. But also, I may, because it sometimes helps just to have like dried out weeds or something like that. So yeah, how did you crash your computer? What did you do, man? Go easy on your computer. I'm not one to talk, though. I crash my computer almost weekly. And this is coming from the a guy who has... So I have two 3080 Ti's. I have a Threadripper 32 core and 256 gigabytes of RAM. And I still crash my computer. So, you know, enough is just never enough with these things. Are you guys using Blender while watching? That could be dangerous. Although, that's kind of like the idea that I had. What is... I don't think I'm gonna like... Crap. No, guys. I think I made a boo-boo. I think I made a boo-boo. We don't want it to go against this back wall. That's really bad. Although, let's see. 16 gigabytes of VRAM is not enough. Yeah, that's true. I kind of want to get myself either a 3090 or a 4090. Man, this back wall is going to be really annoying. I can also get away. Yeah, what? You know what? Screw it. We're going to get away with this. I think we can get away with this, guys. If I can apply this and I can delete specific vertexes, then I can delete kind of like this whole section over here. I do think, though, this looks pretty sweet. Also, viewport bounds and non other full. Okay, nice. Thank you. Okay, you guys are chatting amongst each other. Chatting amongst each other. Ryzen's 1060. Yeah. No, that's a good graphics card, though. Gets the job done. Okay, great. So here we go. We've got... This is our sim. I do believe I can apply it. And if I can, then I can get rid of all the vertices that are kind of lining up on the edges of this domain, because I didn't make the domain big enough, but it's okay. Just duplicate with Alt-D instead of Shift-D. That's what you meant. For what? Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me? If you are chatting with me, actually probably just put down @ConnorThomas. It's a lot easier for me to see if you guys are chatting for me, especially when like there's a lot of chats going on, which you guys are having conversations, which is awesome, fantastic. But if you guys are sending a message to me, maybe it'll be a little easier if you guys just put @ConnorThomas. That way I can see it pop up a little bit easier. But yeah, okay, so I think this fluid sim that we have here, I don't know if you actually can duplicate it with how you were mentioning that, but we can try it. We're gonna hit the save button first before we screw ourselves. Alt-D. And then this fluid sim here. Oh my god. So you can go into edit mode. And then crap. Alt-A. That's what we want. And let's go to wireframe. No, I wasn't, but yeah, I would say the same to you also. Okay, thanks. Okay, we're gonna... Oh god, this is gonna suck. I'm gonna delete all the stuff on the edges here. I mean, okay, so once you have everything kind of selected like that, I'm gonna just go all the way down here as well. And then if you do Shift L, that fully selects all of your objects. Actually, no, is it Shift L or Control L? Control L? Yes, Control L, not Shift L. I don't know why I said Shift L. And then if you just delete those vertices, we will only have the explosion that's not hitting the back wall. So let's do the same thing again. Go back into edit mode. The only changes you make on the original mesh will be copied on all instances. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, really? Okay, well, this isn't the original one, luckily for us. So I had already duplicated it. One thing I was kind of trying to figure out was if I do duplicate it, if it... No. No, stop, please, no. Okay, I just want this back wall. Please, just not... Yeah, that's fine. Vertices. I just don't want it to be flat. Okay, great. Now, yeah, I still can't move it. How do I get it so that way it's not part of the simulation anymore? I need to basically make it its own mesh. Smooth. Apply? No. I think there's a way for me to bake this down to basically it's a static object. And that's what I want it to be, is just a static object. Well, let's try this. Make object data single user and apply modifier. Sure. Okay. Well, any suggestions, guys? Is there a way for me to apply this? I thought there was. I'm trying to figure out how to make this its own geometry rather than still a simulation. And then that way I can move it. Although theoretically I could just move this. Yeah, screw it. That's good. And then if we go back to here, it's still a little square on the top, and that's fine. Well, it's not fine. We're going to fix it. But yeah, just move the domain, I guess, guys. I think that's... Unless there's a better option that you guys know of. I don't. Maybe try to convert to mesh. You know what? Maybe. Is it object, and then you can go to mesh, and then convert to mesh? Nope, that doesn't work. Maybe try to right click and convert to. I tried it that way too, but I think that's the same thing. Where'd that go? Swap. I want to convert to mesh. Yeah, it's still locked in there as if like it's got a constraint on it or something, and it doesn't. But it's fine. I can just move the domain and we'll pretend like that doesn't need to be moved. I'm going to delete these top ones here. It'll make it feel a little bit less. Probably this as well. Control L, X vertices. Yeah, that's good. That feels a little bit more organic and normal. F3, visual geometry to mesh. Oh, whoops. I removed my F3 option because I use it for OBS. No. Let's go. Yeah, I removed that tab actually literally today. So whoopsies. Okay, so we got our lava explosion. Let's just say that's good for that. I don't want to even change the frame number. I really wish. Oh, wait a second. Check that out. It's baked? I can change the frame number and there's no problem. Well, that's fantastic. Cool. Well, that's all I needed to know. Okay, great, guys. Let's go into some lighting now. We've got like our lava explosion going on here. Let's get some lighting in there and we can start shading everything. Wow, we're already 2 hours into this stream and I haven't even started the shading aspect of it. Got a lot of shading and lighting to do today. Shade that smooth. And then we can start getting into some clouds and some fun stuff like that. How does that lava explosion look? Was that worth our little detour with the flip fluids? I feel like it was. I like that. I really like that. That's pretty cool, man. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of this. It's funny. So I can duplicate it, but I can't... try some HDRI today instead of doing clouds. So just throw an HDRI in. Okay. Do you guys have a cool resource for HDRIs rather than just using HDRI Haven? Because that's all I ever use. Do they have them on here? They do. What do they got? Some Dark Mordor stuff? Come on. I want some crazy cloudy Mordor. Not seeing... I mean, they got this, but it's like nighttime environment. Well, I can... Oh, so adding my own clouds in, but then using an HDRI? Yeah, I could do that. I might like this one here. Let's see. Let's just look at our reference. Yeah, I guess it's pretty nighttimey. Problem with using HDRIs is that you're kind of like locked into whatever they're giving you. Let's do this. I'm going to download the 4K because we're not using this as our background. Use Stable Diffusion with a 360 add-on for HDRI. I have never done that. That's pretty crazy. Well, I have Stable Diffusion, I think, installed, but I'm not gonna try that right now. I feel like that's just gonna freeze my whole computer if I do that. Let's try HDRI. You need to tell me on Discord how to do that, because I really want to try that. That's pretty crazy. Man, that opens the door to a lot of different possibilities. Let's go ahead and add in an environmental texture here. Oh, also make sure you're not on Eevee because Eevee sucks. We're going to use cycles with GPU computing because it just looks way cleaner, way fancier, way more realistic. Did I just make a lot of enemies by saying that? I don't know, but I don't like real-time rendering as like a whole, so I'm pretty consistent on this. I really don't like real-time rendering. And that has to do with I don't like Eevee. I don't like Unreal Engine personally. I'm just not a fan. You'll be upscaled like but it works. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, and also with upscaling, I have Topaz, so that's not necessarily a problem. So what is it, Vin? You don't like my physical based lighting add-on that I use? Let's go to render view here. And we're going to have to kind of rotate some things around. Actually, all right. Well, thank you so much for joining the stream. I really got to start doing some streams earlier in the day, so that way it's not a problem. Yeah, you just made a lot of Eevee fans angry. True. True. I got to be careful. Okay, I got to be careful. Can't make enemies when you only got like, 10 people watching. So but thank you so much for joining the stream, by the way. Wish you good luck with the render, and I'm excited to see the results tomorrow. Awesome. Thank you so much. We're gonna go over here to shader editor now, and then I'm gonna open up our world settings that we have, so that way we can see our night environment texture. And let's add in this mapping here. We can kind of rotate things around. So on the Z axis, let's just kind of see what we can do here. Okay, not terrible. Let's go back to here to camera, and I'm gonna right now, just because these materials aren't going to link anyways, might as well just remove them. And then the sky in the background, this one reason I really don't like HDRIs is that you can see them. It's actually pretty cool for the lighting there, and then we can definitely customize this to be however we want. I take my words like you're don't use that H. Oh, did I pick the wrong HDRI? I mean, I don't know, man. It's hard because it's a nighttime shot ish. So like either way, it's gonna be difficult. We're gonna have to add a lot of custom lighting into this regardless. Luckily, this is gonna cast quite a bit of light, and honestly, we might even see what that looks like real quick. Let's do lava explosion. And with this one, we're going to just change it to an emission and just make it orangey. That looks terrible. Yeah, something like... That's the one thing I'm jealous of out of Eevee is that you can turn bloom on so you can see what it's going to look like. But that's probably correct there. And then let's just make the brightness of itself quite a bit brighter. And yeah, motion blur doesn't work with flip fluids, which is another real pain in the ass that it doesn't do that. But it's okay. We can kind of solve a lot of our issues ourselves. I'm gonna not use this environmental texture. And then I'm gonna use our physical light. I'm making the executive decision here. Let's go ahead and go to camera view here and or top view anyways. And let's just select our sun and kind of rotate it a bit. Let's see, physical, where is that at? Atmosphere. And we almost want this also to be past the horizon a bit. So let's just make the vertical a little bit lower. And then we want the density quite a bit higher. Lots of volumetrics going on here. It's either that or actually it needs to be quite a bit higher, but then we're going to have quite a bit more clouds. So we can probably increase the density itself. And then let's see, the night, and then the intensity of that. And then of course, our clouds, we're just going to scale those guys up and adjust its density quite a bit. Let's see, we're going to play with this until we get to the right setting. That's why many Eevee people make sci-fi renders. It goes nice with the emission plus bloom. Yeah, no, totally. Ambient occlusion with two-factor. Yeah, and honestly, it looks good for that, and that's good. But for me, it's like, if you're trying to hide, to me, it's always a bother whenever you try hiding things in your render. Like, you know, just because renders look better with lots of noise does not mean that every single render that you ever do has to have a lot of noise. Maybe you should figure out how to make your renders look good without a lot of noise. And, you know, that's just kind of like my philosophy on that, is that try to not be handicapped by your ability to do things. We're going to need so many more clouds in here. I'm just trying to get the temperature of everything to be correct as well. Which we can color grade a lot of this stuff, but I'm just trying to... And... Wow, that looks terrible. It's okay, we're getting there. Yeah, I gotta be careful with this depth of field also, because having the lava out of focus might not look good. I mean, I don't know. It's certainly a thing. I'm gonna add some kind of like motion blur or something like that to the lava in the comp, so I'm not concerned about how it feels so static right now. Let's see, self-shadowing. That'd be kind of cool. Let's increase that. And then for our actual background here, as per usual, I'm going to use some clouds that we already have. This is a free pack of clouds that's up on, I think Gumroad is where I got these. But it's just, we're going to import some VDBs. Where is that at? Meshes. It's not a mesh. Volumes. Import open VDB. There we go. And then I have them under downloads. But I think it's just called high altitude cloud samples. And you can just grab them. I only have one because I think it was a sample. But I've used this single cloud so many times in so many different renders. And honestly, I've even used them on... the hell? What's going on here? I've used them on these live streams so much. Let's see. Let's go Shift S, selection to cursor, and then lovely. And we're just going to go in here and add in all of our clouds. And I can just kind of match even the cloud coverage that we already have in here. With this, it's like just layering. Gotta be careful with this top bit of the cloud though, to have something like not have too much air to it. And then we can kind of layer everything to be a little bit more natural. Selecting all of these and just kind of continuing. Mordor is supposed to have like a really thick cloud cover, so you know, I think we're gonna have to go back to our camera here. Go ahead and select this guy if we can, and let's see our distance, our end distance. Let's see, we're already at 10,000. 20,000. Oh yeah, 20,000 guys. We're at 20,000 for the size of this scene. My gosh. That's pretty cool. And then let's see. Let's duplicate this, and we're just going to move this closer to camera. That way it can create kind of a bit of a self-shadowing on everything that we have here. We have so many clouds in this shot now. Let's see if this crashes anything. That's why I constantly save. And then we don't want it to feel disconjointed from everything else, so we're going to be blending everything down here into the clouds as well. I'm probably going to adjust the density on this. So if we add in a new material, we can just hit new over here. We'll call this clouds. And let's change this from world options to object options. And then we can adjust all of our density settings that are in here. We're probably going to increase our entropy. And then also create, let's see the density at like 0.3 and see kind of like where we're at with that. And then this will make it so that way the clouds are even being lit up more by like the environment that's kind of going around it. And we'll kind of blend everything together a little bit better. The more dense it is, the darker your clouds are going to be. So decreasing the density is going to lighten everything. So that way it's being affected more by your environmental lights that you have. And so kind of depending on what you want, we'll probably want to have like a really heavy, just to give it like the scale of the scene that you really want to go for. Your black body intensity, we'll probably keep it at 0, but we can always make this whatever color we want, especially if you're going for more like nebula design looked. I'm probably gonna make our clouds a little bit darker. You know, it's raining a lot today, so I almost feel like I want to have everything be a little bit darker, so that way it feels more like what I'm going through. Okay. Let's see. Let's increase this density to like a 2 to see like where that takes it. It's pretty cool. I mean, it's not exactly what I'm going for, but try 0.1. We're just going to really hike this down. And then honestly, it's just so damn yellow, but it's mostly because of this emissive like lava that's right here. It's raining in Texas too. Yeah. I mean, we're supposed to get rain for like the next week straight. So it's going to be pretty crazy. I'm going to decrease the inotropicity to like not have it be affected by the surrounding light so much. And that way it kind of like more localizes the color of the effect. See, actually that might actually create a bit of an issue here. I'm going to put that back at 0.8 and let's take our emission here. And let's see, I kind of want... Let's make this much smaller. Let's see, like, yeah, that's more ideal. It's not supposed to... It's lava, man. And I'm going to create a lot of materials on here as well, so that way it's not feeling so 2D. But that's pretty cool. I like that. That feels more organic. And now the trick is going to be selecting all of these clouds here. Do that by doing this. And then we're just going to duplicate them, move them over here. And again, we can even move them forward. Gotta see what that's gonna do. I don't know if we really want them necessarily in front of this lava explosion, but it might not hurt just to add a little more depth and atmosphere to our scene. We totally don't ever add too much atmosphere. Here's the real key secret with a shot like this. There's no such thing as too much atmosphere. Right now we're just kind of focusing on like looking at this, seeing if anything's too repetitive. One thing we're going to be doing is adding a bit of a vignette into this background here that we currently don't have. So I'm not too worried about any of that. I'm fine with this opening here. We'll kind of cover all this by just glowing everything a bit. I almost want some of these clouds to be a little more dense than others, but we can get there when we get there. The other thing is, let's go ahead and select this lava river that we have here. And if we add a new material to it, just call this lava river. Change this to something like an emission. And again, we're just probably going to select the color that we have going on here. Maybe brighten that up a little bit. Let's see, the brightness, because this is going to be the most of our light in our scene is going to come from here. And then, oh, by the way, all our clouds that we have, we kind of want to have those in like a specific collection. Because otherwise, we're never going to be able to shade anything. So let's go ahead and create a new collection here. We'll just call this Clouds. And go to our flip that we accidentally added all of our high altitude clouds to. Go through here and I'm scrolling down. All these clouds. We have so many clouds, guys. Go ahead and select all of these, and then we're just going to drag those into our clouds collection. Perfect. Let's just let this cache for a second. Kind of see where that's going. This feels a little too straight here, too direct. Might want to adjust that. Especially since we have so much curvature here. Yeah, that's a little better. I mean, we're going to be adding in our own materials to kind of like blend everything a little bit better as well, so that's good. I could probably live with the clouds for right now. I feel like this is still pretty open over here, but it's hard to tell. Let's start getting into shading some other stuff, so that way we have something to work with here. We really need our eyes to be focused on this dude, since he is the prime reason we're here and what we're looking at. So what we really want to be focused on. And then we can start adding some shading into really everything else. But you can see kind of the direction that this is going now just with like seeing that. With this lava explosion over here, as well as this lava on the ground. So let's go ahead and do that. Yeah. I'm probably going to add in a light to kind of like really focus on him. I'm going to turn off our clouds collection that I created here that basically just has all of our clouds in it. That's just going to make everything run way freaking faster. Look how fast it's caching out there. Look how fast it's caching. And then over here inside of our 3D viewport, oh my gosh, our scene is just so massive. I need to stop making big scenes. Can we make something small, like just like a close-up of a flower or something next time? I mean, let's be real, this was kind of my fault. But, still, can we do that? Do a light, an area light. I always like to add a nice kind of like edge light to our guys here. So we just drop that in. And then we're not going to want to light this area down here. I have heard they have light linking, don't they? I've never used light linking yet. I think there's a way to do it, but I don't actually know how. How to do light linking. Blender for light linking. Tell me your ways. Blender 4 light linking. Where's the option for it? What version is it on also? That's kind of important to know. Select the light or emissive mesh object and go to the shading panel. Create a new light or shadow linking collection. Drag and drop objects or collections from the outliner. So it's done in the shader editor? Really? Shading panel. Yeah. Create a new light. Use nodes. What am I missing, guys? So this light right here, you add it in. How do you use light linking? Collection. I don't know. Okay, well then we'll figure it out later. It's okay. I'm just gonna rotate it upwards how we always did it back in the day. And then, yeah, I think that gives a really nice effect to it. We can also just change this to a spotlight, so that way it's not hitting the ground as much. And then just increase the wattage of this to be much brighter. I might need to rotate it a little bit. It's still hitting my ground. That's pretty cool. Now, maybe blue is not the correct color, so let's swap this to something more sinister. Though I feel like that's going to have it blend in with everything else, so we'll play it by ear. And then we can do a fill light, so let's go ahead and add in another light here. Nice little area light. Rotate that back here. Let's grab that. Kind of move it back. And I don't mind it lighting kind of everything there. And this light, of course, can be a little more blue as if like it's like kind of like moonlight. And we can increase the wattage of that. And I'm even thinking just a little more direction on it, so that way it kind of puts part of him in shadow, because I like that. It'll make it look a little more dramatic as well, which will be nice. And of course, since we're adding that to him, I do think we should probably duplicate this and move it over to our building that we have. Just move this light over here. Grab Z. Which we're going to have to do quite a bit more lighting on this thing, but just got to give it some shape. So if we do that, let's go ahead and scale this bad boy up and then increase the wattage of it to be something crazy. And even that's not terrible, so let's go ahead and just take that and duplicate it around. Oh, wait. Totally wrong direction. Just kind of creating a bit of like a rim light around the back of it just to catch the edges. Just go ahead and scale this up again. Kind of just get a little more light on it. That's cool. And I mean, we don't see the clouds in there right now, but that's going to create like a really nice edge to it. Nice. Okay, great. Let's go ahead and now we've got kind of our scene here going. Let's go ahead and save that, and we can start adding in some materials because really we don't have any materials just yet. Firstly, let's work on this sword. We could probably make this sword ourselves. We don't need a metal material. So I'm gonna click new material on this. Firstly, let's go ahead and just do the hilt. And then we'll create a new material on top of that. And let's select the sword and hit assign. And with this, we're just going to increase the metallic nature of it. That's cool. And the roughness, we'll just decrease that. And it's either that, or I have even in this photo, because I added this sword in, it glows a bit. So I'm kind of thinking that we can try to do something like that. So if we add in, let's just say a let's see, input a Fresnel. Let's just go look at that real quick. If I add in a color ramp on top of that, we can increase the contrast of this. Maybe not that much. Just a bit more. I really want that edge. But we can use this for now to only grab the edge of it, so that way we have like the other bit of the sword. And then we can add in an emission shader. Oops. Wow, I am not typing correctly today. Let's go ahead and add in an emission. I typed it with 2 M's. Damn. Wow. Okay, and then we'll have our principal BSDF, our material output, and then we can use a mix shader here. And if we have the mix shader, we can use this now kind of color ramp that we have here. We'll plug it into the FAC with that plugged into the bottom and this one plugged into the top. And if we go view this mix shader now, we're going to have kind of like this sword with like a glowing edge to it, essentially is what we're going for. So if we view this again, just this, your sword's almost completely black. Can even add in a little more roughness to it, so that way it's catching a little bit more light. Let's see. It does need to have a bit of roughness to it, doesn't it? From this side it's hard because there's not really much sky for have it to reflect anything, so you almost don't want it to be metallic. Probably get away with it just being like a normal material like that, and then just kind of having a less roughness on it, so that way it's kind of reflecting a lot of the light around it. And then when you have the mix shader on it, then it will kind of glint a little bit better. So our strength here, we can increase this. And our color ramp that we have here, we can also just increase the contrast just ever so slightly. Just to kind of give us that edge. And let's just go check that now. Back in render view. Just trying to make that edge much smaller, because right now it's pretty large. And cool thing is, we can take that color ramp that we have here, and then we can actually just feed it into a Musgrave as well, so that way it's not like a consistent material that we're doing. So we can kind of get a little bit more of a glowy effect that's happening throughout the sword. So we have our color ramp here, and then we'll use a mix color node, and then we can plug this directly into the whole A input, and then using black as the secondary, we could plug the Musgrave into the FAC on that, and then this gets plugged into our emission FAC. So now it's only going to glow in like specific portions of the image. So let's actually just double check our work here. So we have our Musgrave, and I think I accidentally put these in the wrong order. And so that way it's only going to create the glow on like a specific portion of it. Now we go back to our shader here. And cool thing, it's only going to glow on like specific areas. So if we increase our scaling of this thing, then it will increase the scaling of our little sections that we have. And so that way our little glow material that we're adding in will be a lot smaller. And it'll be a lot rougher as well. So that'll work for us. Fantastic. Let's go ahead and start shading this guy as a whole. Either that or actually the ground should be fairly simple to do. So we can go ahead and add in a landscape material that we're going to be applying to pretty much everything. Let's go ahead and go to solid view here. I downloaded a few different materials, or at least I was talking about downloading a few different materials. So let's go take a look at those. We have all of these rock materials. I think I downloaded them. So let's go check. Under VFX material, under assets. No, under textures. That's right. We have these 3 rock materials that we have here. So let's go ahead and unzip these. And we'll extract 35 as well. So we want to have 3 different materials, and that's important because we don't want it to feel repetitive throughout our entire scene, especially since we're going to be using the same shader for everything. So with that being said, we're basically going to have 3 principled BSDFs. We can even just duplicate these, and we're going to have 3 different principled BSDFs that we're going to be creating materials between. Now let's go ahead and select our top one here. We press Ctrl-Shift-T and we have Node Wrangler installed. We can go ahead and select our assets that we have. So let's go find those. Should find them under VFX materials and textures. And then we'll do 30 first. So go ahead in here and we're going to select. Goodness, this is going to, let's see, naming wise, that's fine. Roughness, normal GL, normal DX, ambient occlusion. Should just be able to import these. Yep, sure enough you can. Fantastic. And that's gonna throw it on our displacement as well. So let's that's fine. Now grab these other 2 principled BSDFs and we're just gonna move these down here, give ourselves a little bit more room to work with. We're gonna do the same thing for this one, Ctrl-Shift-T. And then 33 instead of 30. And go ahead and select everything again. Import. Oh, I think it did it to the very bottom one. That's funny. And let's do this middle one as well. And that'll be 35. It doesn't really matter which order you do these in. The hell, I can't... That's interesting. So that's 33. That's 30. And this should be 35. Yes. Fantastic. So we have our 3 principled BSDFs now. And if we plugged in any single one of these, they probably would look just fine. But we're going to be using a kind of like a mixer between all of this stuff. So we're going to use a Musgrave texture because I find this works really well for this type of effect. Let's go into our render view here. Or, well, you don't even necessarily, I guess I'm in material view, which doesn't really matter because we're going to be working just the same. I'm going to adjust the scale of this to be a little bit larger across all platforms. And if I select this other landscape items, let's go ahead and just apply them so we can kind of see what everything's going to look like on different objects. Because again, we're going to be using the same effect. So landscape. Landscape. I may need to manually adjust this on different ones. Like these close ones, it looks like the scaling is more correct for what I'm going to be looking for than the far ones. But I also could probably do this by applying. Nope, that didn't work. Let's do landscape for all of this. Can't remember. Did you guys say I can select multiple things and then press like control or something like that and it would select or apply your material to it? Just link the materials manually is torture. Yes. It really is. It's like I really wish I had done this before I created the whole landscape and then everything would have applied that way. You can link from active. Oh, okay. Well, then maybe I should have done that. I'm already done. I did it the hard way. I Oh, that's weird. Okay. And let's see, is that a last hill back there? Fantastic. Let's go ahead and select that. There we go. I'm going to also, for my textures, it has all these mappings selected. It's using UV rather than like generated or object. If we do use object, it might actually be better for us because then the scaling will be more consistent. And then if I select value here and then plug this into our scale, I think we'll be able to adjust everything a little bit easier. Are we viewing this one? Let's just double check. Yeah, everything from there is being viewed. Or actually, no, technically, whoops. Let's go and delete that. That's not even what I'm trying to adjust right now. Our value here can be used for our scale, so go ahead and plug that directly into our scale option. Actually, you know what? Screw it, we don't need that. I think what we can do though is select this Musgrave and press Ctrl T, because that's definitely what we need, and then add in a value node here. That's what I was thinking I was trying to do earlier. Plug that into your scale, and now we can adjust the scale of everything more consistently. And there we go. Okay, so now we got like this kind of like mat that we're creating here. You know what I really want is this. Let's see. I want to try something new today. So what I need is basically a mat of 3 different mats, and I don't want them overlapping each other. Although theoretically, if we went back to this guy here, use this as our main mat, and let's even try this out. So I've got RGB, and let's just set this to red. Duplicate this, duplicate it. And then we should have a blue one and a green one. Which means that we're going to have 3 different rock textures. And then we can use a mix shader node to, or we don't need a mix shader for this particular instance, but we'll do a mix color node. And it's only got an A and B input. So we'll take this, the height of this, plug that into factor, and then this into there. We're going to use another mix color node, and we're going to have green plugged into here, and this plugged into A. And from here, separate RGB for different mats. Yeah, well, that's kind of what I'm thinking here. But if we do this method, can actually adjust this by then moving the dimension. I believe if we move, not the dimension, the luminous, no. Because I don't want to adjust the scaling of it, but I think if we duplicate our mapping option, plug value, because we want the value to be the same. We use this as our vector option down here, and then we also use generated from the vector up there. I think if we move the location on like the y-axis and the x-axis, that would move this stuff, right? Yeah. So that's going to give us different options. So now we have like our 2 masks that we have here. And we plug this into our second mask that we have going on. I'm probably overcomplicating this. So now if we go view this, we should have red, green, and blue in different areas, right? And I think my only problem is I'm using mix or something like that. I'm sure that's what the issue is. This is red and blue. I have a feeling mix is not supposed to be the option I'm using, but all that to say, I think this works in theory. So let's go ahead and delete this and then use this for our actual rock textures that we're going to be using. We're going to be using a mix shader. Hey, how's it going? Welcome, welcome, Yang. Welcome to the chat. I'm going to add this shader to the top here, and then if we go down here, we can add in our second principled BSDF to here. And we could use this top height as the FAC for that. Then if we duplicate this, we're going to be using this material here, and then everywhere there's white, we're going to be using this material from all the way down here and mixing that also into it. So we'll be using this Musgrave texture to essentially be confirming that. Now if we go view that, we should be seeing 3 different rock textures throughout the entire landscape that are kind of mixing together more organically. And it's really hard to see if that actually worked, but we can potentially see. Let's try just making this like red and then making this just like blue, and then you got the other texture. So now, as you can see, we have our main rock texture, and then we have some areas that are red and some areas that are blue, and those are because this material is getting fed into that when we replace that base color. And then this material right here is going to be fed into this, which I think is the top one. And that should fix that. Let's see. Or is it that? What did I screw up, guys? Oh, it's this one down here. And voila. So now we've got like a more complicated rock texture. So it's going to be like 3 different textures throughout the entire thing that are kind of blended together. I'm kind of thinking this farther away stuff is going to be more of an issue. So let's go ahead and fix that. So it's using UVs right now instead of like generated or object. So we're probably going to want to use, I think object is what we decided on up here. And we use generated. So let's throw generated into the vector. And then let's use generated up here as well. And then we'll move down and then use generated in the end. In the last one. Fantastic. Great. So now we have a bunch of displacements that we're going to want to kind of blend in together. You know, if we're being honest, it's rock. It doesn't really matter. Although I did want to do this because normally I forget to adjust this setting here. But right now, for our displacement, it's using object space, which is set to the world space, which is great. If we open up settings, I think bump only, we're going to want to do displacement and bump. And so that way it's like actually in 3D going to be adjusting the rock that we have throughout the entire scene. And it'll give it more of like an organic, realistic feel to it. Now, as you can see, when I first did that, it's going to blow everything to an extreme size. That's because we need to make some adjustments here. So we're going to set our mid-level to 0. And we can adjust our scaling as well. And our scaling is going to want to be a lot smaller. But giving it that scaling, giving it that like texture is going to make everything kind of like throughout the entire scene feel way more organic and way more realistic to what we're trying to do. That's for our lava river. Let's go ahead and download that material because I don't think I downloaded it. I'm kind of liking this one. And then we'll use this one for the explosion. Kind of want to download like an 8K material here. Save this under our textures. I'm going to go and download this one as well. Since this is super far away, I don't need it to be super high quality. So let's just do... we'll do 4K. It's fine. Okay, fantastic. Let's go ahead and start adding some of these materials in. So I'm going to select this lava that we have down here. And I'm going to swap this maybe from emission to a principled BSDF. So let's do that. Because we can add emission to a principled BSDF. Go ahead and save that. And go Control-Shift-T. Let's go find our material here. Oh, I need to unzip these. Lava 4. So this is lava 4. So I need lava 5. Refresh that and find our lava material. Okay, we'll go ahead and import that. Probably going to need to have some kind of emission on here, and that's fine. So I think we can do that in here. Just need to set the emission to like a 1 or something. And then we're going to have to adjust this from UV to generated. And then we can adjust the value of this for the scaling. This is really interesting. I don't think generated is correct for us. That's fine. So we can just tab into edit mode here, select everything, and then just say smart UV unwrap. And then we can swap this over to UVs again. And then we're just going to change the scale to be much larger. Yes, I went with your idea. Lord of the Rings-ish. We're just affixing some of our colors because I think it's not all correct. I really don't like this lava material that we have here. I don't really often create. I've never created lava before, so this is it. But hey, MTO, welcome to the stream. Catching a little bit more of the back half of the stream here, which hopefully is just as entertaining as the front half. Okay, I'm not liking this. Let's go look at our texture. So if we take this and then we scale it up, it needs to be much larger, I think. I just don't know. Yeah, 600 might be closer to what we want. And I'm not sure. It just doesn't quite look right. It doesn't look like how I want it to look. Blender kit might have my lava material. Yeah, well, I don't have Blender kit on 4.0 yet, so I need to figure out how to do that. And I have this really good lava material here, but I just don't know how to use it, if we're being honest. You know what they might have is on this lava texture. I believe I can probably import. So I've got MTX and a USDC. You can import USDCs, right? I think so. File, import. USDC is just a universal scene description. VFX material, and then we'll open up our textures and our lava. We have our USDC here. Now, if I select lava, no, that didn't work. I just got to figure out what it actually imported there, because I think it actually imported something. Or maybe it didn't. So it's a USDC. I'm wondering if you can like append a texture or something like that through a USDC. Live stream state. Textures, lava. Nope. So append is only for appending from a blend file. That makes sense. And then we could do our USD. Select the USDC. Import all materials. Import. I think this is it right here. I may have just done it. It's just called something else. Okay, that makes sense though. So it's trying to use our UV map for everything here. That's fine. That's actually not what we want, but it's okay. We can now delete this and we can add in Control T and we can adjust the value of this. Hey, Control X, welcome, welcome, welcome. We're just trying to figure out how to make lava right now. You know, the usual. I'm going to plug this into all of our vectors that we have here. And I think that should fix our problem. So now I can just scale this up. And I'm hesitant to, oh, that's right, because I didn't use the vector there. I'm hesitant to, there we go, that's much better. Change any of the color spaces on this stuff because of a couple weeks ago what happened. So we're not going to do that. I do think though, like, I'm not happy with the UVs that we have right now. Okay, great. Now let's go ahead and look at this color that we have. Okay, I'm going to save this, but I'm going to really try to do this first because it's importing this as Filmlight Linear, which is 100% not correct, and I already know that. But if I convert this to a different color space, it's probably going to crash. No, I didn't even change the look of it. I am thinking though, if we go in here and then we adjust the curves, like the RGB curves on this, and we make it quite a bit more red. Maybe even a little contrast here. I don't know. Let's go crazy on it. Something like that, I suppose. And then if we go back to our principled BSDF, what does that give us now? I think we also need to adjust the color that is being sent to the emission. So it's this guy right here. Let's go ahead and move this all a little further away. Let's go ahead and duplicate this RGB to be down into our emission channel. Okay, that's pretty cool. It's a bit of repetitive though, is it not? Could probably fix that by adding in kind of a Musgrave here. Duplicating this principled BSDF and then just making kind of like a darker black. Having a mixed shader, and then we can plug our Musgrave into the FAC on that, and then if we go view this now, then we'll have quite a bit less going on. Oh, that's so funny. I think it's because my emission's set to 1. Set that to 0. And I think also with our roughness, we just set that all the way to the top, and then we turn our specularity down to 0. Actually, let's keep the specularity up a little bit. I'm fine with that. And our roughness, let's just keep it a little less rough, you know, just so that a little bit of light leaking happens and it doesn't feel like a void of nothingness. And now if we go view our Musgrave that we have, we're going to kind of increase the scale of this. kind of increase the scale of it, and then, oh, actually, we might have just hit it right on the nose there. Let's go ahead and now add in a color ramp. And let's drop that there. Just make it a little more contrasty of what we want. And then we'll plug this into our FAC. Now if we go view this, we should have quite a bit less lava, and it might feel a little less repetitive throughout. I am doing all this correctly, right? Okay, so this, we do need to make this maybe a little bit brighter on the white. That's fine. Could do that, and then I think that should work, right? Yeah, that totally works. Versus it being directly out of here like this. We're kind of just sucking everything out a little bit more. I might even say, don't do this. Let's take this and just duplicate it. And if we plug in all of our same materials that we already have into this guy down here, which I'm really annoyed that it won't auto do this for us, but if we do that, so this plugs into our emission. And I think, oh, and then roughness into roughness is kind of what we want. If we take our strength of our emission here, and instead of having it 1, we set this to like a 0.3. Now, instead of it just being a black area, it's the same material, but almost more dead. So just kind of play with that just to get the color that we want. And then it feels like we've got a little more bumpiness kind of throughout our entire thing. 0.02 might be a better answer. Do that, and then let's go back to our Musgrave that we have here, and then change this to like a 600, I think is what we're going to go for. Okay, great. And that adds a lot more kind of shape to it. Let's do 300. Yeah, that's really good. I like that. And then overall, I think our rock is working for us. Once the clouds are kind of dropped in, I think they'll look a lot better. You can Shift Control D to duplicate with connection. Okay, that's what I was trying to do. I just did Shift D, and then I tried Alt D, and that didn't work for me. So, fantastic. I'll definitely do that on the next one, because there's so many freaking times that I am doing that shortcut, or trying to do something like that. Okay. Let's go back into here. Let's select our river. I'm not happy with how it looks so freaking regular over here. That's not, doesn't look good, guys. So we're gonna go ahead and create some areas that are just not using that, that are kind of just stretched out, which we're not seeing that section. But if we go to camera view here, let's do that. And then on top of all of this, let's use a displacement. Oh, not dynamic paint, no. Apply. What we need is a displacement. We drop in a displacement, new, and then go ahead and add in a new material here. We'll just use clouds. And I think even before this, let's go ahead and add in a subdivide surface. So that way it has a little bit more geometry to work with. And if we set this to like 5, we're going to have more going on here. We almost want this piece over here to be separated from the rest. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to just duplicate everything here and kind of delete our materials that we've created. But inside of, oops, inside of our river, let's go ahead and select just this section. We don't want this here. Oh, I did the wrong side. Alt-I or Shift-I or Control-I? Yes, Control-I definitely is the answer. And now with our additional, with the subdivisions and all that stuff, go ahead and then select just this area here and delete those vertices. So now we have technically two different lava rivers. And then with our material up here, we can make our displacement much larger. That's hilarious. And then after we do that, go ahead and we're going to do a little trick that we tried a couple weeks ago. We're going to use a shrink wrap on it to shrink it to the surface of the ground here. But we're mostly doing this just so that way we're getting all these jaggedy edges for free. And then after we use that shrink wrap, let's go ahead and use a solidifier. And we're just going to drop in the solidifier and just make it a little bit larger and thicker. And we don't really care about topology. It's just so far away. It doesn't matter. But now that we have that, we've got like this jaggedy like kind of river that's going all the way to the top. And we can always, you know, make some manual adjustments, but who cares about doing things manually? That's so much extra work to do that stuff. But now we got that. Go ahead and let's add in some extra edge loops here. And if we selected like a specific section, we can totally just extrude and extrude. Now you got like a little offshoot river that's going on. And you could do that, you know, a couple different times. Just go ahead and add in another extrusion here. Go ahead and oops, I probably want to select at least two, right? Go ahead and extrude that and go ahead and have that kind of go up, scale that down, extrude again. Now you got like two little offshoots. And yeah, go crazy with it. So now that's going to add in a little extra, you know, detail to our scene. And that should be good. So, that being said, let's see what our scene looks like right now. Let's try using our lava that we've already created, see what that looks like. I mean, it's not exactly what I want, but we can duplicate it and get it to be exactly what I want. We'll just go into our regular emission that we have here, and we'll just increase the strength of this to be something like 10. And that'll kind of brighten up everything here, just to feel a little more lively, while still maintaining our texture that we have. So, this is all ungenerated, which is fantastic. We may need to adjust the scaling of this though, so let's go ahead and just set that to 1. And I think that works perfect for us. So now we've got like kind of like this lava explosion all the way off into the distance. Once we add in our clouds, it's going to look fantastic. I'll be right back. I'm just going to go to the restroom real quick. I'll put this on full screen so that way you guys can see that, but I'll be back in about a minute. that, guys, it's storming outside. Oh my gosh. It's storming. I'm like, I have to drive home after this. Wow. All right. Okay. Yeah. Well, good. Law of emission. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I think this is definitely on the right track here. And I think with us adding in this kind of like jaggedy thing off into the distance, I think that actually works pretty nicely for us. Okay. Okay. I hate looking at shots like this because it's like, oh my god, it's just, there's so much left to do. It's okay. It's okay. Let's, there's a few things that are kind of catching my eye. Just zoom in here real quick. Is it too late to kind of just reposition everything? How does that look, guys? It's more centered. Honestly, might be better. And yeah, I kind of like that better, honestly. The different position the camera's in. What do you guys think? I'm gonna fix some of this lighting though. It's driving me crazy. Let's go ahead and kind of duplicate this light here. Yeah, it's good. Okay, awesome. I am thinking that it just works better. He just felt so small before. It doesn't work for this particular shot. Yeah, it fills up the image better, totally. Yes, 100%. It just, he felt so small before, and like, he just felt like an afterthought almost, you know? So I feel like this is just better. It's him, he's the main focus, and then you got kind of like this, like, kind of like pending doom almost type of thing. It's pretty cool. I like that. Let's go ahead and save this. And with our sword, let's grab that. And let's let's see. I want to kind of flop these textures that we have going on. Yeah, you know, we really do need it to glow or something, right? I think with this, if we add in another color ramp after it, it'll allow us to add a little more contrast to our matte that we're kind of doing here. So let's go ahead and do that. And let's change this from linear to constant. It's fine. We can actually probably just drag this down now to where we need it to be. But that's going to give us like kind of like those little sparkles that we want. And then we can just plug this directly into our FAC. Let's go just view this mix shader now. A little messy, but that should work. Okay, great. And then with our emission, let's go ahead and just make it blue or something. Yeah, it is pouring out there. I can hear it too. We'll just maybe creep this number back up super high, I think. Okay, I'm struggling with everything being probably way too dark. We kind of need everything to be brighter. And let's see. Because if we turn on clouds... Is it going to crash? Let's try looking at that, because it's hard to really know if everything's going to be way too dark or not. I mean, you could fix quite a bit in comp, so I'm not really concerned. Where's our lava explosion? What happened to that? Did we hide it or something? What did we do with our lava explosion, guys? Bump exposure to the color management? Oh, yeah, probably. I have a feeling that's probably what we're going to end up doing. I don't know what I did with my lava explosion. Did I accidentally turn it off or something? Yeah, I turned off the visibility of it. So we're turning that back on. I don't know when I did that. Oh, I pressed like number 1 or something like that on my keyboard, didn't I? Yeah, that creates problems. Let's not do that again. Yeah, I figured we're probably going to make a lot of adjustments inside of our comp for like different things. I just don't want to have our starting place going into the comp be so incredibly dark, because that you just don't have any information. I would rather everything be too bright and then kind of just bringing stuff down. Usually makes everything a lot easier. Like for instance, these clouds right here, I am not going to be keeping these this bright. We will be creating a kind of a mask and then only having it around this area, so that way it looks like it's affecting only this specific section of the clouds. Because it doesn't make sense for this area over here to be as affected as it is. So we'll totally be doing that inside of our comp. This right here, I'm not a huge fan of right now. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. Okay, let's just jump into it. So we got to do some hair as things like that. So let's call this metallic clothes. Let's add a new material called hair. I love how it all has like this orangey mission. What the hell is going on there? We'll change our hair to like a principled hair shader node. So we'll just select that there. I think this preview is broken. That's so funny. It's not the orange ugliness. Like, I think it's actually frozen. That's rough, guys. We can go into our clouds. We'll just turn that off for right now because we don't need to see that. We just need to be adding materials to our main little dude here. And inside of our particle system that we added for our main, go ahead and scroll down. We're just going to select hair. And then for our flyaways, we'll also just select hair. I mean, we could probably create different hair materials for the different hair bits, but, you know, it doesn't really make that big of a difference. For metallic clothing, let's go ahead and just something like that. Increase metallic. Decrease the roughness. Yeah, he's really blending in with the background here. I imagine this stream is difficult for you guys to see, so let me... It's probably difficult to see what the images are. Do like... He's wearing... He is really blend in on... I'm gonna just make this maybe like red or something. No, there's just so much red. I gotta do a different color, guys. We'll do blue. Increase that. Let's see. Let's give him a pattern of some kind. He's got to have a pattern. What's a good pattern? What's our, so we have generators, textures. Here we go. Checker, texture. Probably something along the lines of that. What do we got for magic? What does magic look like? Yeah, magic might work. If we add in a huge saturation after it, we can make it a traditional mask, like so. And then all we have to do is just then add in a color ramp on top of that. And this will give us more or less of that texture. So then if we adjust the scaling on this, we'll do like a 30 or something like that, it makes everything a lot smaller. And this will give us more of like that cape feel that we want. So let's go ahead and just say mix shader. And we'll take our blue that we have here, and then we'll take like maybe like a gold of some kind, and we'll put this on the top and then this one on the bottom here, and then we'll use this kind of like color ramp magic effect that we have, and then we'll plug that into the mix shader, and that should give us a material that we can work with. And it just gives it some detail. Like honestly, it's not really doing all that much other than just kind of giving you like a fake detailed texture that you can run around with. And we're not seeing it, so we're probably going to want to have some kind of light that fills it in and gives us that material back to us. So let's go ahead and add in some kind of like light back here to fill it. I'll add in an area light. Yeah, it's not working for me right now. Probably increase brightness here. Swap this to an area. My problem is that it hits this ground, and I'm not a fan of that. I really want him to stand out. Probably we could duplicate this to the other side, and then that way we're getting like a bit of an edge light on both sides. I think if we get that like little edge there, that'll separate him from the background, because we really don't need to see too much of that. We're mostly just trying to get this little extra detail into the shot. I actually don't know. I grabbed all this music, to answer your question for the song thing. I actually don't know. I have all this music from a, I could probably look it up, honestly. Let me figure that out real quick for you. I can figure that out. Because I get all the music from slip.stream, which looks like their site can't be reached right now, so I can't get you that information. Sorry. I tried. Slipstream was like, not today. I like this. I think, though, it's not justified. Yeah, I guess if we change it to red, it is more justified. Yeah, I think that works. And then overall, kind of like the rest of his demeanor. I think that works. How does that look? I mean, I'm using kind of more red light to kind of give him a bit of an outline. Let's see. Let's duplicate this one here. I'm just trying to light up his head a little bit more. I'm fine with this kind of spilling here. That's okay to me. I think because like for the most part, we just kept everything else dark. That really looks nice. I'm just trying to give him some nice edge light to really make him stand out against the dark rocks back here. And honestly, we add in some volumetrics to this thing. I think this is pretty killer. Couple more things. We may want to add some like tricky lights to like this falling building over here. We're not using any textures on this, so I mean we are, but it's not a brick material or anything like that. So let's go ahead and add in a new material here. We'll call this building. I do want to use, we have some textures here. We have this Rabadon's Ruins. So let's go ahead and extract that. I'm going to use this. And we'll go grab that. Kind of have an idea because I want this to also have detail in it, and right now we're missing that entirely. So if we add in this material, I think the next thing we can do is if we look at the roughness on it, we can really see what's going on here. We plug in a value to it with like, I don't know, 6. It's the scale. I want all of these like bricks here. I like the idea that maybe, let's add in a color ramp, that maybe those are glowing. Let's just plug this all the way up there. And if we just invert this, it'll give us only those sections. I think I screwed up. Okay, so this has got to be black. And then the top bit's got to be white. Yeah, color ramps are still a little like buggy for me, and I don't know if that's just like everyone's experience with it or if it's just me, but like I can't like use it normally. Okay, what's going on here? It's not wanting me to do what I want to do. It's fine. We'll just take this, make this super contrasty. It's like, I'm gonna get what I want. Don't you worry, Blender. I can figure this out. And then we'll just use an invert because I know how math works. And this should just... What is going on? Okay. God damn. I tried an invert. It makes it gray. You're probably a few seconds back though. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt on that. But it just makes it gray. What the hell? It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. It's alright. I swear, I run into like a weird Blender bug every other week. Alright, and then we invert this because it just keeps wanting me to light everything, and I don't... What is going on, guys? Why is this black? What am I doing? trying to figure out why it thinks that it wants to... I just want to invert this. I want to take this and invert it. And invert this. Okay. Alrighty then. That might be interesting if I can actually get this to work. Color ramp this. Just a little sneak peek by a tutorial that I'm going to be doing in a week or two. So make sure you're subscribed if you're not already, because I'm posting a fun little tutorial. Sneak peek. Okay. Hopefully this does what I need it to do. Please. Now we plug this guy into the FAC. Just give me a couple lines. I don't want everything. Okay, fine. It just wants me to have everything lit up, and I don't know why. Like, that doesn't make any sense. It's like, yes, you want this? I will give it to you, but everything lit up. Wait, is it turning gray on the linear and not B-spline? Yes. It's turning gray. I mean, I can change it to, like, constant. And then, you know, we could plug in the emission that way. But it's like I am essentially making a constant. Like, check this out. So, like, that's just darker. And then that just is completely different. Like, completely different. Like, what is going on? I don't understand. So, what? I don't get it. Okay, well, so our roughness that we have here, if we go look at that, if we take this and then invert it, our roughness color, and then throw that into our emission for strength. Actually adjust this to red. This may... No, it does the same thing. It shouldn't be doing that. Like, look at this. The invert just makes it a little bit darker. Alright, you know what? We don't need that. Whatever. I'm just done with Blender glitches for the day. Like, just... Whatever. You look like what you look like. I'm not gonna... I'm done with that. It doesn't make any sense to me. The other thing we could kind of do is for our hair fires. We can change this to like an emission. We can make this like red. I tried it, works okay. Might be some glitch. I don't know. Yeah, it's probably some glitch. I probably could restart Blender and it wouldn't do that issue anymore. Because I mean, I've done this a million times. It should just work. But whatever. Oh, it's fine. It's fine, Blender. It's you, not me. It's me and not you. Whatever. Alright, so for our hair particles that we have here, if we go select this building and then select wild, and actually say render as path, and then instead of building we can select fires. That could also just give us our little like extra zingers that we want. So let's go check that out. A little bit much, buddy. A little bit much. Alright. And you know what? Let's do object info. We do have random. never used random. But we could try random, throw in a color ramp, and then increase the amount of randomness that there will be. So that way it's only like a few. Maybe not that much. Oh, is it just going to do all of them? Interesting. Material index? No. Object index is what we want. No. Totally not. I was going to try to have like random hairs, which, I mean, we can also use like a Musgrave to do that. So like this isn't that crazy. Yeah, this should be fine. Then we can just adjust the scale to be a little bit larger. Yeah, even that's better. Now we go into here and we'll add in like a color ramp, and then we can make this a little more contrasty. So we're removing a few of the hairs and then making sure those are like pure white. And we're going to have the difference between our regular emission that we have here and then maybe like nothing. So let's add in a principal BSDF and just make it, I don't know, gray, and then mix shader, plug this into our FAC. Bottom one should be the red emission, right? Yeah. My only problem is it just like feels like it really stands out. It feels like curls, and I don't like that. I don't like that. Yeah, much less works way more, way better. It just, now it gives it kind of like a texture feeling to it rather than making it feel like it's a glowing object, which it's not supposed to feel like a glowing object as much as it's supposed to feel like kind of like the remnants of like some magic or something like that. Do we want it red? I guess it makes sense to have it red rather than like blue. It makes sense to have it red. It might make sense to have it slightly brighter. Maybe not quite that bright. See, this is all just tweaking, guys. We're just tweaking nonstop the last hour. Okay. Oh, whoa. 0.06 is what we want. Yeah, I think that works really nicely. And as far as the lighting goes on him, I think that works too. Really gonna be nice once we can add a glow in there. This lava, I mean, it's just kind of bland. Let's be real here. It, you know, it doesn't have the depth that it needs. So, I mean, there's a couple things that we can do. We can do like a Fresnel. And if we view this as a Fresnel, yeah, we can adjust the IQR essentially of what we want. And this will be like, how much of a Fresnel effect do you want this to have? And a Fresnel is basically just the edges. So I'm going to hike this slowly. I think that's pretty nice. We're probably going to have to adjust it with like a color ramp to make sure that it is fully black or white, not gray. And yeah, using like a constant will help us with that. So go ahead and just now hike this down and find that spot. You basically just want everything to be like black and then white in some areas. The idea behind that is going to be that you're going to have your like really hot portion of your image, and then you want your really not hot portion of your image. Let's see, probably swap those. Okay. And now we can adjust our emission to kind of like use this as a factor. So I don't think we're using this at all right now. So let's go view this. And on our main right here, just have this plugged directly into the output of our color ramp. And I think we were using 18, so we can even use a math node that kind of multiplies this. So go ahead and multiply this by, I'm going to multiply this guy by 18. So now it's going to be definitely way brighter in certain areas. I need that contrast a little bit more because I just don't think we're getting there. Like a 0.95, what's that going to get us? 0.99. That might work. Another color ramp. And then into our multiply. Oh yeah. I think that works. And I think also instead of this, we'll want a minimum. Well, how do you do that? You want maximum or minimum, right? Like how do I, so this is a math node. Yeah, so let's duplicate this math node and then we're going to drop this in now, but this time we're going to use a minimum of 18 is our value. I think that should just bring up the black areas. Oh, you know what we can also do is just use an add. Add like a 2. And our multiply, just make it more extreme. Because our bright areas need to be like super bright, and our darker areas can just be, you know, a 1. So object, let's see, generated. That's much better. Yeah, generated. It's already good up there. And then we'll just apply that here. What's going on? I need this color here to be a little bit brighter, I think. That's good though. It definitely adds a variety to the lava explosion that's going on there rather than making it feel kind of like a clumpy mess. Okay, that works for me. And then with all the clouds, I think that'll look much nicer. Let's also add in our volumetrics. You know, my favorite. Oh, this is gonna be massive, dude. Oh. Wow. It's gonna be huge. Huge, I tell ya. Huge. All right, and then if we just set this visibility to like wireframe, this will make it a little bit easier. Viewport display, we'll set it to wire, and let's go ahead and add in our new material, and we'll just, let's see, we'll go ahead and just delete our principled BSDF and then create a scatter node, volume scatter. Plug that into the volume. 0.1? Oh, it's gonna have to be way smaller than that. It's just so massive. Let's see what we got going on here. Is it gonna blow out our whole scene? I bet you all my lights also aren't gonna work. You can also see the ceiling. That's not good. Is it really worth it, though, for us to have the volumetrics? I mean, I think so. Don't have the clouds in there right now, so it's kind of hard to tell. Let's add our clouds back in. I'm going to take one of these clouds, though. And let's like duplicate it. I think if we add it into our scene here, just as like a little cloudy. Then this might be cool. And that might catch the light in a little bit of a different way. It is hard to tell. We're gonna just take this guy. Let's go ahead and just duplicate him. I'm gonna move him down, I think, or something. Let's see, scale that. And then also kind of just duplicate him throughout, thinking it might be nice. And that all is going to catch the light in different ways. So let's just see what that does for our scene. And no, we're not going crazy with volumetrics this week. Not at all. Yeah, we got to do a normal scene sometime, guys, where it's not like a massive scene that's going to have insane volumetrics on it. Oh, man. While we're waiting for this, good time to remind, please hit the subscribe button. If you guys aren't subscribed already, I got like 85% of the people that watch my videos are not subscribed. So if you guys are one of those, if you're one of those people, then please hit the subscribe button. It really helps me out and gets us closer to our goal. Right now we're trying to hit I was going to say 750, but we already hit that. We smashed that, guys. So now we're going for 1,000. So if you guys can hit the subscribe button. If you got friends that want to watch some VFX, making some VFX stuff, then make sure to share with them as well. And I really appreciate that. Thank you, guys. But okay, this is looking like we're going in the right direction. I 100% won't be able to comp this today. So yeah, there's just absolutely no way. But if you guys can, I'm going to go ahead and render this out. And well, let's see. Let's add one more thing in right before I do that. But I'm going to be rendering this out, and then we'll just go from there, because there's no way that I'm going to render this on camera. It's going to take it's probably going to take 2 hours to render this. I'm not going to lie. Real quick though, before I do that, I'm going to add in a botanic little something on this particular part of this shot. This particular dude. Oh, scatter node. That's what I'm trying to do. Scatter node. We got weeds. I'm gonna use riverbank. And honestly, probably could get away with just that as is. Let's just check it out. See where we're at. What happened to the volume cube? What is the volume cube are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. There's no such thing as a volume cube. We didn't do anything about that. What happened is now I've got so many volumetrics in my scene that yeah. Absolutely wild, guys. Maybe we shouldn't have done it. We shouldn't have done this. We shouldn't have done it. Why'd we do this? I don't know why. Why am I suffering? Please help me out of this volumetric hell. Please. There's too many volumetrics. There's just too much. There's too much volumetrics, guys. Okay. You know what? I think we're there. It's once it's comped, it's gonna look really sweet. Oh, you know what? There could be one more thing. There could be one more thing that I 100% am gonna do. Let's grab this landscape material. That was a voice crack. Let's grab this landscape material that we got going on here. Oh, interesting. Hello. You don't have landscape attached to you? Oh, I saw the clouds. You actually went all out. Yes. 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 We did. We shouldn't have. We shouldn't have, but we did. And now we're here. There's really no going back. Okay, I'm going to turn off clouds for a millisecond, all right? We're just going to turn it off for a millisecond. I'm thinking we add in a new Musgrave texture. Let's go view this real quick. Let's put it in rendered view, not material view. And save it before you do that. Holy camole, guys. All right. Why would you do that, huh? Why would you do that? All right. Let's go ahead and scale this all the way up. We're going to create like tiny little poodle bottles that we kind of want. And then here, let's just increase the detail on it. Okay. And then let's add in a color ramp. And decrease the amount of these. Way less. And then we can, you know, add that to be more contrasty. But what we also want to do is let's go ahead and add in another Musgrave. And if we go view this guy, it's like big old ones. Let's go ahead and duplicate our color ramp that we already have in here. And if we go view that, it's even less. Probably not that little. Let's add in a little more. That should be fine. So what we're going to do is we're going to use a mix shader or a mix color. And we're going to plug in the result of this guy into the factor here. Let's go ahead and just make this black, I think. Just go view that real quick. You can see that everywhere that's black, it needs to have this color ramp. Oops. And then everywhere that it's white, we need it to be black. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. So now you're only going to get like tiny little puddles in like specific areas. We can even half this size. So let's do it like 30 or something like that. Maybe like 15, I think. You know what? 30 is fine. Let's leave it at that. Okay, so now with our 30 that we got going on here, we're going to use this as our mask to put lava in specific areas. We're going to want the same lava that we got here. I really like this lava. Or even this lava. Let's use this lava over here. So we're going to take this whole thing, copy it, go back to our landscape, and we're going to paste it all the way up here. And this time we're going to use a mix shader. Oh my gosh, things are getting so small. I'm going to use a mix shader. We're going to take the result of our normal one, and we're going to put that all the way into the top here. And then we're going to take this result here, and then we're going to drop that there. And then we're going to take our color ramp. Oops, not the color ramp. Then we're going to take our mix node that we have here and plug that into the factor. So now if we go ahead and view this, we're going to have little pools of lava in different areas throughout your entire image. And we can adjust all that stuff through our different nodes right here. So let's just make some adjustments because we already don't like what we have. Let's go ahead and make the bigger pool a little larger so that way we can have some more different colors. And if we then increase this size to like 60, let's go ahead and do that. And so now we've got like little dots rather than, and that works really nicely. I actually think that works really nicely. I don't like it as much here as I do over here, but I'm not too concerned about this. Oh, that looks a lot better. So that adds scale to kind of like everything that's going on down there. I do like this grass here because it just makes it feel like we're on the last bit of like the world before it goes to hell. Okay. That's good. All right, guys. I'm going to probably end the render there or end our time. Before I do that, I'll go ahead and just show you guys what this render looks like. If you want to see the final render, join the Discord. Join the Discord. Link is in the description. And then make sure to subscribe. We do these renders once a week. If Sunday is not the day for you, I am planning on doing some other streams going forward during the week, like earlier in the morning. I actually think I have a plan to do a stream with Action VFX next week. It'll be on their channel. It will not be on my channel. But I think I'm going to be doing a guest stream with them. So fingers crossed that all works out. That's still up in the air, so we're hoping that can happen. And I'll keep you guys apprised of all that stuff going on inside of my Discord. So make sure to join the Discord. That's the place where I'll be posting all the information as to streams and videos that are getting posted and all of that jazz. So make sure to join there, and you'll see this render hopefully tonight. Hopefully. I mean, who knows how long this thing's going to take to render. Holy camoli. But this is the close-up of that render that we're currently working on. Super noisy right now because there's so many volumetrics in it. Not my idea, by the way. Not my idea, okay? But thank you guys for watching. I really appreciate it, and I'll see you guys next week. All right, see you guys. Bye.